Oh, oh my. Oh. Y'all, y'all got that one friend that just, that person can push your buttons like no other. Come on, why isn't this turning on? Before it goes away. Oh, damn it! Well, come on. I despise how the Switch works on the dock. It's the most impatient fucking thing in the world. Probably shouldn't have said fuck so early in the stream, but whatever. What is going on here? There. Okay, continue. Boom. Dear God. Whose idea was it to make the dock that impatient? No, it's probably more accurate to compare the person to Maya than Larry. I don't know why I'm so frustrated. No, actually, that's wrong. I do know why, and it's so irritating. uh okay. Let's switch to stream mode because that's why I was late. That's why I was late. Our state requires 2 plates. I assume you're talking about driver's licenses, plates. I would think that if the state doesn't require a front plate, like anyone using that would be looking to identify your car wouldn't bother looking at the front plate. So I don't know why putting something novelty is a problem unless you're like intentionally being deceitful. That's where you could probably run into some problems. Like if you put a basically identical license plate but it had different numbers on it or something like that. Because then they see both of them and like, which one is it? Tom said it in the better legal way than I did. But yeah, basically that. You don't want to cause confusion. But if you put something wacky there, nobody's gonna be like, that's his real license plate. Okay, this motherfucker. My state uses 2 plates too, so we can't. The only fun thing we can do is like, I can get I can customize my plate so it's a Milwaukee Bucks plate or something like that, which is, they're actually really cool. But I can't put like an anime plate in the front or something like that. Oh, that'd be sick. God, which one did I see? There was a plate that I saw. Oh, did I take it? I don't think I took a picture of it because I didn't want to be dangerous, but there was a plate I saw. It was about 2 months ago, and it was like, I felt like I'm like, this is the feeling that somebody feels when they are taking a picture of something that's going to be a meme if it actually got out there. And I don't care enough to share it around like that, but it was something along the lines of like, I'm sorry. Or like, it was basically something apologizing, like if they do something stupid and you end up hitting them. Oh, I can't remember what it was though. But I'm like, you probably shouldn't telegraph that. Oh, funny plates are great. I got a lot of respect for people with senses of humor with their plates, as opposed to like people that try to be badass, but it just comes off as really stupid. Let me see if I can find it. I'll just take a minute, not spend too long because I have way too. How many pictures you guys have in your phone? Let's do a check. Everybody, check your mobile. Tell me how many pictures you got on there. Because I have too many, and I'm wondering if maybe it's not as bad as I think it is. Okay, this was, I completely forgot about this one. Oh God. Okay, hold on. Let me. Oh shit. This is really good. Let me. Oh God. How can I do this? Mail it to. Here, I'm gonna put it in Discord, and then I'm gonna save it and share it from Discord. I was like, we all know what this person is a fan of, right? We all know. Well, I mean, maybe, if you've never seen it, maybe you don't know, but 12,000. Okay, yeah, that's not as bad as mine. Wow. Mine is at, although, yeah, I'm at 3,410, and my pictures go back to 2010, but they don't really start getting like ramping until 2016. Okay, here, let's share this. I thought this was really good. Maybe it's not as funny as I think, but you hear Morty's voice, right? When you see this, you hear it. You can't help but hear it. Oh, geez, Rick. Like, it's. I wanted to wait for that person to come out of. I don't even know where that was, but I wanted to wait for them to come out so I could just like, up top, man. Up top. Come on. Excellent, excellent license plate. God. It is a common phrase, but relative to pop culture, there are more popular sources for something like that than others. I love tofu. This is a message. This is a lesson for everyone. Be fun with your license plates. Just if you're gonna customize it, if you're spending money to customize it, be fun. Don't be like self-indulgent about it. Just be fun. Ooh. So I was I'm not gonna do this, and so I can tell you because it's not like anybody's gonna look at my plate now because I'm literally not gonna do this. I'm too lazy. Uh, so there's a common amongst Milwaukee Bucks fans. There's this meme that everyone says is Bucks in 6, meaning Bucks will win in 6 games, and it comes from like 2012, where this guy on our team said they were gonna beat LeBron's team in 6, and like it was the Miami Heat, so we got swept out. We didn't win a single game. So, but it was like so absurd that it became like a funny thing to do. And then ironically, we actually won the championship in 6 games in 2021, I think, right? Yeah. Which was awesome. And I bought tickets to game 6 because I'm like, we're gonna win in 6 because of this fucking meme. And then we ended up doing it. So I actually got to be there for the deciding game of the NBA Finals, and that was such an awesome experience. Anyways, I was gonna combine that in my wrestling in my wrestling fandom because people have like Bucks in 6 with their Bucks license plates, but I was gonna put in, and instead of SIX, I was gonna do the Wyatt 6 thing where it was SICK 6. I think that, yeah, that's what it is. So that was the fun thing I had in mind, but I'm not going to do it because I'm too fucking lazy. All right, are we ready to listen to this fucking turd? Your benevolence, please allow me to take it from here. I will overturn the brass act. Whoa, I can't say. Hold on. He's like a monk, isn't he? He should be used to that. He could sit there and pray for 3 days in a row in a kneeling position. That's gotta be, on that hard rock, had to be way more difficult than the position he was just holding. Maybe not though. But just on that rock sounds awful. You mean in terms of like how much information she's holding back, or in terms of like how much power she's holding back because she's still like learning? Because I have thoughts on both of those. It was all Bianca. She's gonna turn heel and finally be interesting for once since I've started wrestling, because she's been nothing but a vanilla babyface and great wrestler, but like boring as fuck. So anytime she's in a story, I'm like, who cares? I will overturn the brash accusations of this faithless, putrid-minded lawyer. Yes, I shall place my trust in you. Wow. I feel kind of bad. She was she was defeated. Wow. Yeah, I mean, Franny like memes it, and that's pretty good. Like I appreciate her usage of it. Are you sure about this, Prosecutor Sadmati? My work as an international prosecutor has taken me to courtrooms around the world. Yeah, where you've lost because you don't know what the fuck you're doing. Like, just imagine that. Like, sure, I could go around to other courts and say that. That doesn't mean I was any good when I was doing that. I could have been complete ass every time. And I come back and I'm like, I've been everywhere around the world. It's like, well, okay, what's the context behind that? Oh yeah, so Liv Morgan, my fucking shining star, she, bless her heart, she's like what, 5'3" or something like that, just this little thing, and she dropped this double entendre tweet where it's like, dude, Jade's gonna fucking destroy you. If you two were in a ring with each other, there's absolutely no way you should get out of there alive. But if it were to happen, obviously, the fantasy world and all that, yeah. But it was... sometimes you're like, you shouldn't poke that bear. And at that time, I have learned to perform last rites for souls in trials lacking a seance. Yes, of course. Forgive my ludicrous inquiry. Moreover, I have with me a forensic investigator from overseas. I will show you all the most magnificent last rites ever seen. I guess he really does think highly of Emma and her forensic expertise. I'm impressed that he's come to understand their value. Then again, he is an international prosecutor who solved tough cases around the world. How do we know this? We were just told this, like, not even second-hand, it's like third-hand. It's something about this world that I don't like, considering how inquisitive and skeptical we are supposed to be. Like, it directly contradicts what the game wants you as a player, how it wants you to think. Simply taking any information from a second or third source and be like, oh, this has happened. And it's like, no, why would you verify that? Don't just take it as fact. Time to hunker down, huh? Now then, let us continue with today's proceedings. Could the defense please tell us who the third party dressed as Lady Kira was? Your new claim has negated the insights of the Royal Priestess. So I trust you have some evidence to support it, correct? Yes, of course I do. He's omniscient, but doesn't know the fucking outcome to this. Well, I guess you could be, well, no. Yeah, you could be omniscient and not know, right? It would be, if you're omnipotent, you should know what the answer is. Oh no, omniscient. If you're able to read the minds, you should be able to, you would know, right? Yeah. Inconsistent omniscience. Unreliable omniscience. Ugh, God. I did switch to live chat before we started, thank you. But thank you for the reminder. This third party must have really wanted to kill the High Priest. I might be able to identify who it was if I had evidence of their murderous intent. Oh, we're waiting, Mr. Wright. The evidence that can reveal the identity of the third party is this! Is this the one that says... the third party? Evidence that can reveal the identity of the third party is... Well, this isn't the identity, but it would show that it's the rebels, right? But I don't know if that's good enough.
Take that!
We'll try. Nope. So yeah, that doesn't, it just tells us like a general, like it might be them based on the fact that this blood-stained letter is there with their insignia, but it doesn't specifically say who it is. Warbot arrow. Had to be somebody that would have access to that. I mean, this seems like way too much of a stretch to just say, oh, this wanted poster must have been him. It does say he's a paratrooper. And if he's a paratrooper, then this would make no, because he didn't use it as a fucking parachute. Wouldn't it have been used to just like, well, if he was just using it as like a long rope, why would it need to be so wide?
Take that!
Sure. Nope. Okay. Yeah, that's fine. This doesn't list anybody in particular. Although, I did not know that there were more. I never looked at the 3 pages. I mean, this would be the same as the wanted poster, so why would it be this and not the wanted poster? Like, this is what are you saying if you pick this? Because this shouldn't be any different than the wanted poster too. Like, if it was used as like a parachute to parachute in, it speaks to the dude being a paratrooper. But the wanted poster also says he's a former paratrooper. But I guess this is evidence of him potentially actually troopering in. Whereas you could just say he's a paratrooper but not have any actual evidence of him paratroopering. That's not the right word, right? I can't remember if having the Warbot arrow itself was anything of interest.
Take that!
Yeah, so I don't think I'm on the right track here with the paratrooper thing. Ooh. Why would the
Take that!
Okay. Get off of the fucking paratrooper thing. Let it go. Stop. That's not what it is. At least not yet. That's not what it is. Stop thinking about it. I'm so fixated on it. I can't get my mind like off of that. Okay. Not the paratrooper thing. Not a thing. Let's take a step back and forget that that's even a thing. Okay. Records of who has that mark on his face is one borne by all. Records of who has what mark and where. Huh. Why would that have anything to... Huh. That's interesting. The entrance was shut. Well, in theory, the only way you could get in is over the top. Nope. 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 Get away from the paratrooper. That's not what it is. This doesn't reveal anything about what who the identity is. It just says it's... Or wait a second. Third party must have really wanted to kill the High Priest. Might be able to identify who it was if I had evidence of their murderous intent. Oh god, so many wrong answers. Fuck, I can't go back and see what it was before that. Stop looking at the area. Like, who has access to these arrows? This is a very specific type of arrow. It would be evidence of murderous intent, but they're saying that it can reveal the identity. Or maybe I'm just reading that wrong. Maybe I'm reading it as it like points to the identity, whereas like he could mean looking at this piece of evidence could eventually reveal the identity. In which case,
Take that!
Yeah. Maybe I was just reading that incorrectly the whole time. That's way simpler. Well, yeah, what's the murderous intent? Well, he fucking sent some threatening letter. 3 days before the purification rite, victim received a warning letter from an unidentified individual. You did? That's why I was so caught up on that dude specifically, because I'm like, What other identity are we gonna... We have no evidence of anyone else's actual identity that we could present here other than Maya or the priest himself, which that doesn't work, obviously. Whoever sent it clearly meant to threaten the high priest. Letter said, do not perform the rite. But the rite went on as scheduled. I believe that is why the high priest was murdered. Who do you suppose sent that letter? Person with something to hide. The rebel hunter disguised as Lady Kira herself. Oh my god! Oh, Maya's just like looking normal, standing next to him while he's doing that pointing. Just like, yeah. Hey, I don't understand. I had heard that the Lady Kira had been in the news of late only... wait, I had heard the Lady Kira that has been in the news of late only hunted rebels. If so, why would she have killed the high priest? Excellent question. Maybe it would help to think of it this way. What if the high priest had secretly been a rebel? The high priest couldn't have been a rebel. Fuck that bullshit. The high priest, a devout follower of Kharinism, a rebel? You even comprehend the blasphemy of which you speak. Well, do you? I too found it hard to believe at first. But as I continued my investigation, it started to become more and more plausible.
Objection.
The third party was the rebel hunting Lady Kira, and the high priest was a rebel. Your mockery of Kharinism, no. Of the kingdom of Kharain itself knows no bounds. Whoops. Oop. He's making a mockery of the... What word would I have used instead of identity? You can use identity. I probably would have said something like could lead us or eventually or something like that. It really wasn't all that bad. I just was an idiot. Like I don't have a complaint with how they worded it. I just interpreted it incorrectly. You don't have to make things so, so specific to placate to idiots like me so that I can finally understand what you mean. Everybody can be idiot. Everybody. No one. No single person that you know or ever has existed couldn't have at one point or another been an idiot. As a faithful Kharainist, I take issue with these claims. You just don't want me to be an idiot when I'm representing you. Outside of that, you shouldn't fucking care. And I am loath to admit them in today's proceedings. Into today's proceedings. Into. I don't like where this is going. The defense claims are but vile blasphemy tantamount to spitting on the Holy Mother. Is it really that big of a deal, Maya? Abbot Inmean was a distinguished monk and very well respected too, so... yeah. Please don't let this turn into an international incident. But fear not, good people of Kharain. The rantings of this putrid-brained lawyer who seeks to sully the soul of the deceased shall come to no avail once I conclude these last rites. The prosecution's assertion that the accused killed the victim remains unchanged. Well, but the victim was stabbed in his abdomen. How is that possible when he had his back turned towards Miss Faye? Well, somebody finally wanted to bring up how somebody could have possibly stabbed somebody in a certain way based on positioning. Hope Apollo is fucking watching. And Athena, for that fucking matter. Someone else must have killed him.
Objection.
Are you sure about that? You may have invalidated the seance, but do not let it go to your putrid head. The karmic flow of this trial is, as yet, still in my hands. How can he be so confident? Something has occurred to me, you see. And your allegations of a third party are but a deluded fantasy. I shall prove that by calling a new witness to the stand. An eyewitness who will deliver a definitive answer that will dispel the defense's doubts. Eyewitness? Very well. Let us call this eyewitness to the stand. It's him again. Well now, he has to be the shaggiest witness I've ever laid eyes on. Please state your name and occupation. Oh, I'm, you know, that's so-and-so. Whatchamacallit. Anonymous TBD? Are you fucking kidding me? Oh, Lord. Okay, so we have some problems here right away. This witness doesn't even know who he is. So it would not be very difficult to attack the credibility of this witness and their ability to remember things. It will be interesting to see if Phoenix even attempts to go that route. But, yeah, we'll see how this plays out. My guess is that no, he's not going to bring that up at all and not even try to discredit the fact that this person has some very obvious memory issues. Anonymous TBD, at least that's what they've been calling me. TBD, as in to be determined? Can't you just tell us your real name? The witness has suffered a blow to the head, rendering him amnesiac. Is it amnesiac? Or amnesiac? Or amnesiac? Amnesiac, right? Well, hopefully there would be some court somewhere that at some point would be like, you know what, maybe he's not the greatest of witnesses. The witness has suffered a blow to the head, rendering him amnesiac. Therefore, amnesiac. Okay, so it is the Z. It's just weird because you don't say, well, amnesia. Okay, I guess that's why. Some people say amnesia, and other people will say amnesia. Well, what's the... Okay, never mind. I'm not going to get into a whole thing about how we're supposed to pronounce amnesia. Oh, God, now I don't know. Now my brain doesn't know what it wants to say. I named him Anonymous TBD in my report, but he thinks TBD is part of his name.
Objection!
Oh, so both ways. Anonymous is the crime version of John Doe. It is, but like, I would hope they would have like a basic Criney's first name instead of anonymous? Like, what would be a super basic Criney's first name? I guess we don't really know. Wow! Wow! Immediately! Whoa! Phoenix, proving me wrong that he would use the absolute most basic fucking argument you could in this situation to bring up as a potential problem. Basic name. Oh, I like that. Did anybody know he had amnesia? See, now I'm saying it with the amnesia. That's, I think, how I usually pronounce it. You're letting an amnesiac testify? Have no fear, I've already questioned him at length. Oh, okay, we'll just take your fucking word for it. Trust me, bro. Maya and Megan. Okay, so, but we just didn't admit it in open court because that would have been a huge problem. They always quiz you at the beginning just to test your general competence. If they found out you're an amnesiac, they'd be like, get out of the courtroom. Who are you again? Yeah, I mean, as long as they didn't know. Oh! Investigations 2. Amnesiac K is like the saddest thing ever. She would like lose her fucking mind. Oh my god, that was tragic. I love K. Have no fear, I've already questioned him at length. But it's true he has utterly forgotten his name and past. His memory of what he witnessed is still very much intact. Considering the dearth of information, any new knowledge may be of help. Therefore, I will permit his testimony. Now, Mr. Imus, please tell us what you saw. Okay. Objection. Fucking-jection for this reason. Considering the dearth of information, any new knowledge may be of help? But what if that knowledge isn't credible? Bad knowledge, I guess, could be included in that? Inaccurate knowledge? Is that even knowledge then? What's the definition of knowledge? Facts, information, and skills acquired by a person through experience or education. The theoretical or practical understanding of a subject. I guess if you put it under the second definition, awareness or familiarity gained by experience of a fact or situation. But that still depends on whether or not it's credible, right? Just hate that he used the word knowledge. That night, I was up at the top of Mount Pony, the mountain next to the inner sanctum. I hate crowds, so I climbed up there to pray in peace. I know it's a no-no, but since there was no one around, I used my binoculars to spy on the right at the inner sanctum. That's when I saw the accused stab the high priest with a dagger. There's no way you saw Miss Face stab the victim with a dagger. I swear I don't know what he's talking about, or don't remember at any rate. Yeah, we're not putting her on the stand because she's a fucking amnesiac. Mount Pony Pony, the beautiful mountain that is also known as the Little Sanctum, and is below, as you can clearly see. They must be talking about that smaller mountain from the poster. Mr. Immis, I was wondering, what can I do for you? Or what? No, that's actually better. What can I do you for? that's actually the way it should be said in that accent. Excellent. Inner Sanctum lies at a high elevation where clouds and fog can obscure the view. Are you sure you were able to see what happened from the mountaintop next to it? Good point. Man, this judge asking good questions. I mean, it should be our job, but I'm not going to hate on him for it. His magistrate raises an excellent question. Well, Mr. Itmus, on the day of the Wright, there wasn't a cloud in the sky. I had a perfect view. If you don't believe me, check the weather forecast in the paper that day. Nick, didn't we have the newspaper for that day? Yeah, let's take a look here. Just reading the newspaper in open court. It does say calm, clear skies, doesn't it? See, I told you so. What are you laughing about? There's nothing funny about that. You said a thing happened. We said, okay, let's look at the newspaper. Oh, yes, you were correct. Ha 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 ha. Well, it would appear the witness has offered testimony worth hearing. Mr. Immis, I too have a question for you. You already questioned the witness? Yeah, but he's still on direct, isn't he? Well, that's what I'm here for, right? Shoot. How is the accused holding the dagger? He never, like, ended his questioning officially. You can keep going. It's not like the witness ended his last sentence and then Phoenix is like, all right, that's it. That's all you get. My turn. Like, that's not how that works. Yes. Yes. For once, well, I shouldn't say for once. It's probably happened before. So a lot of people have problems with Phoenix leading the witnesses, but cross-examination, he can lead. However, you cannot lead on direct, which is what he's doing right now. Like, you cannot, if you're Phoenix, you object to the way that this question is being asked. He would have to basically leave it at how was the accused holding the dagger? Because you're simply asking the question and you're allowing the witness to answer what he believed, how he believed the accused was holding the dagger. As opposed to this, was she holding it underhanded, its blade protrude? He's like, you're leading him into, was it this very specific thing? And that's what leading is, and that's why it's not allowed, because you are trying to manipulate the person into answering in a very specific way. You can't do that. Indirect, at least. Cross-examination, it's fine. Was she holding it underhanded, its blade protruding from the bottom of her hand? Yep, I believe she was. It's called the reverse grip. I thought as much.
Hold it!
Hold it right there. What? He said hold it. Do you really have to add that line? What bearing does that have on this case? Cease your interruptions, you putrid-headed lawyer. Do you not see the significance in how the blade was held? Why don't you enlighten me, oh enlightened one? Feh. Okay, that's actually pretty funny. I like that. Feh. I knew you were a fool. I can already picture you in your next life. Next life? Yes, after your soul writhes for centuries in the pits of hell. You shall be reborn as a witless sea urchin with barbs limited to your posterior. You shall live a short, inconsequential life, only to be brutally devoured by a sea otter. That was a bit excessive. I simply asked what the dagger grip had to do with the case. Now pay attention. How the accused held the dagger is of vital importance. With such information, we can infer exactly what actions he took. She took. I didn't say he at all. I didn't just spoil that. You were saying that the victim was killed while he had his back to the accused. Is that correct? Yes. As such, the accused's dagger grip tells us something very important. The accused approached the victim from behind, swung her arms up around him, and plunged the dagger deep into his abdomen, using a reverse grip. What? Why would you do that? I guess to try to frame it so that it makes it look like you stabbed in the front, but like, that doesn't, am I, Mike, you were in the military, isn't that incredibly stupid? Or am I just way off base here? Like, you have to grab them, go like out in front, and then re-bring, like, that seems really ridiculous. Why would anybody do it that way? Thus, now I'm thinking of Isthmus. Thus, Mr. Amos' testimony clears up any doubts that might remain. And it coincides with her benevolence's insights as well. This is a disaster. I mean, if it was CQC, fucking just slit his throat. Okay, Mike. Fuck. Okay, so this is what they're saying happened. She came up from behind him, grabbed him, and then went forward with the dagger and then brought it back into his gut that way, from behind him. What would be, like, how much worse is that than simply either stabbing somebody in the back or just coming through and slitting their throat? It's not, at this point, it's not pure speculation because the witness has said, A, Maya's the one that stabbed him, and B, she stabbed him while holding the dagger a certain way. So we know he's full of shit, but it's not actually pure speculation at this point. It is actually testimony, although gathered from a very leading question. Right, the way Tom just said it. To cop a feel? I suppose, but even then you can cop a feel and slit the throat at the same time. Oh my god, that's terrible. Extremely impractical. It's not out of the question if there's a struggle, but if you're sneaking up on an enemy, it's just plain stupid. See? Military veteran. Expert testimony right there. I thought he did confirm. Well, he confirmed that she stabbed him and how she was holding the dagger. So the idea that she came up behind him is speculation. Yes, that part of it is the speculation part. But also, how is she gonna stab him? Like, it almost has to be that way, right? Because otherwise, like, is she coming up from the front, like, turned around like this and then? Because that'd be even stranger. I thought I'd blown those insights out of the water, but now they're back to haunt me. what you would usually do here in that situation to avoid the speculation is simply ask him, did she, like, was the accused in front of or behind the victim? Or where was the, that's, I guess you can say that's leading to, although you're giving two choices, either or. You could just say, where was the accused positioned? And then behind her, yeah. Okay, and then that would remove the actual speculation part. But they didn't do that, obviously. I thought I'd blown those insights out of the water, but now they're back to haunt me. Now then, the defense may cross-examine the witness. Apparently, the Lady Kira figure just looked at him the whole time. Like he ran towards her and she just like stared at him as he got grabbed and stabbed in the gut from behind. Always watching, always judging. She's sitting there like, I would never have gotten stabbed like that. Only an idiot would get stabbed like that. Who stabs like that? Just judging both of them like, okay, first of all, why would anyone stab like that? Second of all, I know I wouldn't get stabbed like that. Like, sucks to suck. Okay, so the issue is this. He couldn't have done it because the elevation was lower and it was closed. So there's no possible way he could have seen this. Now, the question is, questions are, A, which of these statements do you best counter with that evidence? And B, is the best evidence to counter with the actual picture with the elevation listed? Or the fact that, or the evidence explaining that it was shut? I would think this makes more sense because it establishes the foundation of the elevation before even going into whether or not it was shut. Because even if it wasn't shut, there's still a pretty good chance, based on how he would have been looking, that there's no way he would have seen it where they were positioned. And I would use it on this statement because he said this is when he's saying he saw it. Because he could have used his binoculars to try to spy on the right, but he could have failed. As opposed to this is when he's exclaiming that he actually saw it. So let's just see if this works without pressing anything.
Objection!
Does not. Okay. So let's see.
Hold it!
I'm not going to bother with this. This is a waste of time. You're going up to a mountain? Like, binoculars are not out of the ordinary in that situation, are they? So, Phoenix is right to not press on that. However, the way he responded to that was stupid in the first place.
Hold it!
That's where you can like stab from the back, right? So you cover the mouth and then like you go, ugh, and then you go shh, as you lower them down. There's something so fucking morbid about that. Telling a person that you're killing to shush. Oh, Lord. Yeah, I never liked the idea of, like, just disregard something. Because it's part of what it is. You can't... I might buy the argument if that were the only issue with the case, but it's not. So even if we were to disregard it, there would still be huge problems with that case, including everything behind the idea of Maki having been the person that shot this incredibly powerful magnum. At the time, people believing him to be blind and doing it. So, like, that's my, like, if you were to say, I really like that case because taking out this one flaw, it's a big flaw, but it's really the only flaw that it has that keeps it from being a good case. I still liked it outside of that. But that's not what that case is. There's no reason to apologize. You came in and you had no idea what people were talking about. I think that's fair. I was just listening to, I've been going through, okay, so real quick, it's not gonna be real quick, it's gonna be a minute or two, so just bear with me. I have been dealing with, 5 years later, I am finally confronting and coming to terms with how disappointed I was with how Game of Thrones ended. There's a point to this. I know that doesn't seem connected at all, but trust me. I knew season 7 and 8 were bad. I always knew that. But I never allowed myself to take in just how bad they were. Just how utterly pathetic they were written. So for the past 3 days, I've just been consuming all this content about just how bad it is. One of the things that came out of that was I also watched a lot of content about the good writing from seasons 1 through 4, specifically scenes involving Twain, because Tywin's arguably the greatest villain in television history. That guy is, oh my god. Anyways, and one thing that I learned that I never really thought of things this way, because I never took a script writing course or something like that. I took writing, but not to this extent. Talking about how each scene has 3 acts. I think of a general narrative as having acts, or even an episode having acts, but not each scene. I've never looked at it at such a micro level like that. And what was interesting when I was learning about this is they were talking about how, when you're using exposition and flashbacks, first of all, flashbacks, generally speaking, are not a good idea. Because there are usually better ways to convey the information. But if you're looking for flashbacks or exposition, it has to be in the second act. If it's in act 1 or 3, something terrible has gone wrong with your narrative structure. And it's incredibly out of place, and it's just gross. So when Amir was talking about flashbacks. It just made me think of that, like, I learned something cool recently. But there was also a lot of talk about, like, how they didn't want to use any flashbacks in general because they're like, it's considered to be not great writing most of the time. It can be good, see Godfather 2, but that's also a very different way of using a flashback than how most people use flashbacks. No. Nope. The first 4 seasons are quite possibly the best seasons of television ever. I would never suggest anybody watch that show because that's just how bad the last 2 seasons are. Because in theory, if I'm saying they're the best seasons in television history, well, you should go out and your way to watch those anyways, right? Because that's monumental. But I still wouldn't tell you to go watch them because the ending is just that horrible. I mean, maybe if you're a person who's like, I enjoy the journey, not the destination, then sure, maybe that's fine. Go watch the amazingness that is the first 4 seasons, at the very least. For me, the destination matters. I care about endings. If your ending is bad, it's going to leave a horribly negative effect on me in regards to the rest of your narrative, even if everything was amazing up to that point. The only time I can cope with it is if it might not be an ending that I like, but it's also kind of a nothing ending. Like, open to interpretation, which I think very often is lazy and cowardly. I don't think it's nearly as thought-provoking as a lot of people will like, oh, it's just, this is how they wanted you to do it because they wanted you to think about it. No, I think most of the time it's because they didn't know how to fucking end it. So they wrote it that way because they're fucking cowards. But in a situation like that, I can at least deal with those sort of bad endings. Like, okay, I'm not gonna let that ruin my good time prior. And that's why they do it. Because that's the kind of, worst case scenario, usually that's the type of emotion it's gonna elicit. I would have preferred Game of Thrones end just with like, what happens? I don't know. But it didn't. It didn't. V3 was like that. I don't particularly like the ending. But it didn't ruin the game for me. A Chronicles of Narnia line? 20 years? Man, you are patient. I tend to skip over flashbacks in this game, in these games in particular, because their flashbacks are worthless. Because they'll be about stuff that happened like 5-10 minutes ago. The other reason I will skip flashbacks that maybe make more sense is because I don't just want to... I'd rather waste time having these talks than repeating the same thing that I've already, like, voiced before. If that makes any sense. Yeah, and it can. And it there are exceptional situations where they work very well. It's just not very often. Fucking cat. So, that's never gonna leave me. Did you really see what you saw you did, what you say you did? So, Phoenix's first, his response to this is what I saw is, are you sure? No. 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 If you are going to go this route, you're going to have to be a little more clever about it. Probably a tad more aggressive, not aggressive to the point that you're badgering the witness, but oof. Did you really see what you say you did? Are you saying I'm lying about this? Well, I'm not. It's etched permanently in this old noggin that doesn't even have your name permanently etched in it. But I didn't do what you say I did. I didn't even get a chance to touch the dagger on the day of the rites. What do I know of that? All I know is what I saw. I never seen you before in my life. What possible reason could I have to lie? Ugh. Any witness way up there. But I don't remember doing that at all. I know. I have a feeling the witness is lying. There has to be some inconsistency in his testimony. Okay, so the height thing should end all, be all, right now. Like, if there's another step before the height thing, it's unnecessary. So if it's not this, then it's bad. I'm gonna call that shot without knowing what it actually is, because that should right there end this whole line of testimony.
Objection!
Like, yeah, so it's not that, which, no, that's incorrect.
Objection!
At least take it, wait, no, yeah. Oh, they had two? That's interesting. Normally he just has one way of, like, being wrong. There was no one around. Fuck, which one did I use this on?
Objection!
Okay. So yes, this is incorrect. The elevation matters so much more than the fact that the curtains were raised. Because it doesn't matter if those were up or not. Based on that elevation, there shouldn't have been any way that he could have seen that. Your Majesty, I had my doubts about this bushy-bearded witness, but now I know we can't trust him. What? You ain't just judging me solely on my bodacious beard, are you? Not at all, miss. It's much more than your sketchy appearance. It's your sketchy testimony. This testimony, you say? Yes, recall how the inner sanctum was that day. Wouldn't that only be relevant if that's where she was stabbed, though? Well, no, because, like, and maybe I'm way off on how, like, based on where this is, the only way he could have seen anything, even if that curtain is not there, is if they were on the edge, the left edge. Which means the curtain wouldn't have mattered if it happened anywhere on the right of that. Like, I don't see that. Maybe part of the problem is that the picture makes the 12-meter difference seem a lot larger than it really is. I guess that could be. But, like, just looking at it from, like, if there's this perspective, and they are where we established that they were, how in the world would he have been able to see them even if there was no curtain there? But I'm here to think about it too much. That's the point. Like, I did say that this would be the second part of my argument would be this, but I still believe the elevation matters more than that. And because the elevation is the foundation. If that elevation was higher, well, then the whole point of it not, like, cutting off everything wouldn't matter because you'd be looking down and then you could see over it. Specifically, that it was completely enclosed by the ritual curtain. Well, yes, I believe you're right. The curtain would have completely blocked the witness's view from Mount Pony Pony. Therefore, he couldn't possibly have seen the murder happen. Ooh-ah! Ooh-ah! Why are we doing Pacino here? Mr. Amos, have you been knowingly making false statements to this court? Hey, you got me! Perjury. Throw him in the fucking slammer. Throw him off the fucking stand. He's already perjured himself. It doesn't matter what he says. From here on out, ugh. It's possible that he wasn't where he says he was, but then he's still lying about where he says he was. Because he said that's where he was. I don't see how this, from going to the left to the right, is a clear line of sight at all. Again, I think it's possible that the picture makes it look worse than it really is. But if you're looking at it like this, I don't see where you'd have that line of sight. Like, think about looking up at the top of a building from like further back. How far on the top of that roof, even if it's a one-story building, are you going to be able to see? The witness will lower his voice. I didn't actually see the accused herself. I know we deal with this in basically every trial. I was going to say every game, but basically every trial. It doesn't get any better whenever it happens. It always feels just as bad. It always feels just as bad as the first time. You didn't actually see the accused herself. What's that supposed to mean? Oh, let me set the record straight, I beg ya. No, we're actually gonna throw you in jail now for press charges of perjury. You've perjured yourself, witness. I don't really care what you have to say from now on because you're clearly not credible. Oh, okay. Apparently just fucking who cares? You just flat out lie about something like that, and we're like, sure, just keep going. Nobody even said anything. They just stood there silently, and he's like, can I go? Meter. They're in meters. Just give me this. Just give me. You go get some ice. I'm gonna do a little stretch. I haven't played an ad in like 3 streams, so let's do one of those. Yeah, if you have premium, or I think if you're a member of the channel, you don't get ads either. But I'm not 100% sure on the second one. Edgeworth is not who I ship Phoenix with, but I'll always respect that ship. I mean, she's younger than Phoenix, but not by that much. Okay. 28, he's what, 30? Oh, fuck. Is he 35? What's Apollo here? I guess he's a little older than her. But I mean, that's not outrageous. I'm back now, right? I have no idea how long these ads last. Oh, 35. Okay, so he's about 7 years older. Which, at this point, it's not really that big a deal. He was 25 and she was 18, well, that's an entirely different story. I saw their shadowy silhouettes projected against the ritual curtain. That is nothing. The figures were created by the light of the full moon on that clear and still night. It was just a shadow, but I could tell it was the accused reverse gripping that dagger. You fucking kidding me? Shadows? That's what you saw? That's right. I could see what was going on by the shadows projected on onto the ritual curtain. In the future, Mr. Amos, I would rather you offer up accurate testimony from the start. Luckily for you, perjury is not actually a crime here, which means you could just keep doing it as much as you want. Forgive me, my main man, Mr. Magistry. Chalk it up to my fuzzy memory. That's exactly why you should not be a witness. Though he saw but shadows, it is still valuable testimony. No, it is not. You have to be kidding me. Tell them why they have to be killing you, Phoenix, instead of just sitting there like a fucking mute. What are we going to do now, Nick? I don't know. Call out how bullshit this is? All I can think of is to look for inconsistencies between the actual Wright and what Mr. Imbis saw. Jesus fucking Christ. Now then, the defense may cross-examine the witness once more. There'll be a cold front, but that doesn't mean that it would have done anything to distort his vision, right? That just says it's gonna be cold. Or is there something? I'm not a weather person. Would a cold front mean that it would be foggy or something? Aided by the light of the full moon. Depends on if it's an upper or lower cold front. And given that it doesn't say, also very impressive by the way, salute to anybody that is be a fucking pilot. That's awesome. It doesn't say, it just says cold front. So I'm assuming that's not the issue here.
Hold it!
You claim to have seen shadowy figures that were projected onto the ritual curtain. But did you really see? I cannot impress upon you enough how bad "Are you sure?" is as cross-examination. But did you really see them, Mr. Immis? Of course I did. The bright moonlight projected them onto that curtain, clear as day. It was like watching a scene out of a horror movie from my front row seat on Mount Boney Pony. Guess the moon does shine a bit brighter when you're way up there. Aya, do you recall how bright the moon was that night? I remember there weren't any clouds and that the moon was definitely out, as is usually the case because the moon doesn't not exist all of a sudden. Like I get if it were cloudy, but she said there weren't any clouds. That's a nitpick. So one of the things we're taught in legal writing is don't add redundancies. One of the first examples I was ever given was there is no need to ever write whether or not. Because if you say whether, you are implying that there either is or is not. So adding the or not is entirely redundant and you should not add it. This is one of those situations. There were no clouds. Okay, so then the moon was probably visible then, right? But again, just minor nitpick. But I don't remember if it could cast any shadows. Okay, thanks. Can't deny that the moon was really bright, which means it's possible that it was bright enough to cause shadows to appear. Ha 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 ha! I remember it just like it happened. Yeah, you get the professional like insight to why something specifically in the game is a fucking joke, and you're like, there's no way. But that would be super interesting, like playing Turnabout Airlines. Real pilot plays Turnabout Airlines, just like, this is so stupid. I would watch that. I guess it could be, yeah, it could be a new moon. That makes sense. I didn't think about that. That makes sense. That's fair. That's fair. I was wrong about that because it could have been a new moon and then she wouldn't have seen it. Although isn't that something that we could have checked in the newspaper too? In my newspaper, it would give us that in the weather forecast, but apparently not in this newspaper.
Hold it!
Hang on. How do you know it was Miss Faye if all you saw were shadows? Now this is a good, like, this seems basic, but yes, this is a legitimate, like, how could you tell it was the accused? You simply said it was the accused. How could you tell it was the accused? It was like that little bun on top of her head. Didn't need to see her face. That distinctive bob's a dead giveaway. Never underestimate my keen sense of observation. Ha ha ha. Now that's one funny haircut. It's not nice to make fun of a girl's hairstyle. Mr. fucking eyes completely covered? Jesus Christ. I like my hair this way. And Nick does too, don't you, Nick? Phoenix is just sitting there like, actually, Besides, you don't want to talk, you Sasquatch. You're not into this wild, manly look I'm sporting? I'm not into the fact that you shouldn't be able to see. Knows what you know, little girl. Nick, isn't there some kind of crime you can charge it with? I'm afraid it doesn't work that way. Now he claims he only saw shadows? His testimony has sketchy written all over it. And there must be an inconsistency in there somewhere. Yep. How many more different ways can we write that exact back and forth? You really watching everything from Mount Pony Pony? If so, then I should see how his testimony lines up with the conditions of the right. Conditions of the Right. Conditions of the Right. Or, no, that wouldn't have anything to do with it. Threat, that's an arrow. That's the threatening letter came from. Paratrooper! This again! Well, it does say that it would be a full moon. Like, it's done on a full moon. Directly over the summit of Mount Pony Pony. I think it's this. Let's take a look. Cold front moving overnight. I still feel like that must be relevant in some way, but I don't think the game is that, like, specific as to, well, if a specific type of cold front moves in, then it could affect the weather. I don't assume that they're going that deep. I think it's this.
Objection!
Oh. Well, if it is, it's not that statement. Let it go! Let it go! Wait, which did I do that on? I did it on the last one, right? Yeah.
Objection!
Okay, that's fair. That's probably the better statement to, because he specifically talks about the conditions there, as opposed to, she was just a shadow, but I definitely saw that weird stab happen. You saw silhouettes projected by the moonlights? Oh, you don't see the moon phase? Not the moon phase. Now, I don't know about the app. I just know our newspaper would give us the moon phases, which I always thought was really cool. It looks like the Apple weather app gives you the illumination. And if you go into the illumination, it gives you all the phases. So it looks like for me, the full moon's going to be on the 14th, and the new moon's going to be on the 29th of this month. Sorry, but that's just not possible. What do you mean? How is it not possible that it was totally possible? It's impossible. I think I'm gonna need a logicalese translation on that. Yeah, as a amateur astronomy enthusiast, very amateur astronomy enthusiast, I would agree with that. Let's look at this Wright's guide, shall we, Mr. and Miss? The Wright is held when the moon is directly over the summit of Mount Pony Pony. Because that's the fucking clown circus this dude is from. So if the moon was shining from the west, any shadows would have been cast eastward. Mr. Immis was standing to the west of the inner sanctum on Mount Pony Pony. Oh, holy mother! That's right. Our witness here couldn't have seen any shadowy figures on that curtain. No! No way! Perhaps it was the sacred flames of the lanterns that cast the shadows he saw. Don't fucking... No! No. Don't bail him out, Judge. That's not your fucking job. I'm afraid not. I inspected them during my investigation, but the flames were too small to cast the crisp, distinct figures Mr. Innes claims to have seen. Trust me, bro. But I did see those silhouettes, really. How could he, Nick? Maybe he was someplace where they were visible. Wait, don't tell me. Your Majesty, if Mr. Innes really did see those shadows, it brings a brand new fact to light. And that would be... Brand new fact that comes to light if Mr. Innes really did see those shadows is... He wasn't where he claimed to be at the time of the murder. Mike. Oh. Oh. Oh, then where do you propose the witness was? Some place where he could have seen the shadowy figures, naturally. Wait, you mean... None of the mountains east of the inner sanctum are close enough for a good view. I wonder why! That only leaves one place he could have clearly seen the shadows from. And where might that be? This is where Mr. Innes was at the time of the murder. Mr. Innes was at the inner sanctum just outside the curtain on the east side. That's the only place from which he could have seen the shadowy figures. Hoo-ha! Ugh! Really? Wow, I didn't even think of that. Wasn't the inner sanctum off limits to all but the victim and the accused? And the third party who was there, you mean? I get the feeling that the subject prosecutor Sadmati would rather not touch right now. You mean... That's right. This witness was at the scene of the crime, which means he is the mysterious third party we saw during the divination seance. He could be the one who dressed as Lady Kira and killed the High Priest. Okay! What?
Objection.
No one but the two participants were allowed anywhere near the inner sanctum. And the only way up there are the stairs that start down at the Plaza of Devotion. So tell me, how do you propose the witness entered that sacred space?
Oh, he must have paratroopered! I haven't thought that far ahead. Fucking scrub.
The sanctum has sheer cliffs on three sides and a steep, towering rock face on the other. No one could have made it there by climbing the face of those cliffs. His Majesty speaks true. To say Mr. Innes was at such an inaccessible location is but a bid to tarnish his credibility.
I think he's done enough to tarnish his own credibility. Jesus Christ.
Is that not right?
Right, I wasn't at the inner sanctum. No sir, no how. At least I'm pretty sure I wasn't.
Hold it!
Then what about those silhouettes you claim to have seen? Dude just said, at least I think I wasn't, and that's your follow-up is but. I'm starting to think I've been imagining things. What? This is insane. Okay, so he's completely worthless as a witness. I know we can trust that lawyer. He's trying to frame the witness. I'm the one who's getting railed by the fucking gallery here. This witness is worthless.
Peace, peace, I say.
This is impossible. Unless I can show how he got to the inner sanctum. It just looks like I'm trying to slander Mr. Immis. No! Just let him walk away! He's proven absolutely nothing at this point. He's proven absolutely... All he proved is that his memory is very bad. Because now he's basically saying, I made all of it up.
I believe in you, Nick. Rah, rah, sis, boom, bah, fight, fight, Phoenix Wright.
Why is our cheerleader?
Just look at the accused. Is she no shame? What's your problem, lady? Oh, that was a lady. Look at the accused. Is she no shame? What's your problem, lady? Phoenix Wright is very trustworthy, I'll have you know.
She's got some nerve for a criminal. I bet that lawyer poisoned her mind. Please, Maya, you're only making it worse. I appreciate the vote of confidence, but it's probably best to keep it to yourself for now.
Big whoop, wanna fight about it? Yeah, like, let's go outside. Let's take this outside, lady.
Oh, whatever you want, anytime, any place. I would advise the defense to think carefully before making any more sudden outbursts of the out variety. Yes, Your Majesty. I wasn't the bad guy before, I definitely am now. Mike, that's cute, isn't it? Jury. This is a bench trial. That's one thing I do really appreciate about the Great Ace Attorney games. Having the jury, I think, was such a good, like, addition to the, not the gameplay depth, but like the story depth, without it being like padding. But yeah, Mike, only in 19th century fucking London did they have juries. Here? Well, Great Ace Attorney was released after Spirit of Justice, right? So in theory, if they make an Ace Attorney 7, jury perhaps? What was the other case where he had the jury? But it was like a background jury or some shit? Where like Phoenix influenced it all? That was a thing, right? I didn't make that up in my head. It was Apollo. Okay, yeah, it's Apollo. Like that was something. Oh, Great Ace Attorney 1 came out before this game. Okay, I didn't realize that. Yeah, it didn't really have an effect on the story other than, like, because the judge could have made the same decision. It would have made a difference. They were faceless individuals that apparently Phoenix manipulated as to who was on the jury, which is... Woo! Right, Mike? Being sequestered like that?
Now, Mr. Immis, I would like you to think back carefully before you testify next about where you were that night.
I've given him like this weird, like, really bad version of Kaiser Neko's Trunks. I don't know how that happened. It just kind of naturally evolved into that. I was never at the Inner Sanctum, I tell ya. That much I'm sure of, even with the fuzzy memory. Besides, it would have been impossible to get there in the first place. Boy, you lawyers sure are scary. This isn't testimony, other than the first line. Other than the first line, there is nothing. Knights is bad so far. He's not good. He had some moments in the first trial he was in. Which would be 6-2. Some moments, but most of it was horrendous. And him like pushing his like ideals and all that onto a foreign court was just crazy. That was annoying as hell. As a character, I don't feel like he's anything. He's just a judgmental prick at this point, and not a very interesting one. But, like, I feel like they haven't really developed anything, so that's why I don't want to say he's a bad character yet. He is a bad prosecutor so far. Better or worse than Blackwell? Well, Blackwell was definitely a more interesting character. I don't even remember what I thought about Blackwell the first two cases. Or he wasn't in the first case. After 5-2 and then into 5-3. I have deleted a lot of Dual Destinies out of my head. So it's gonna be very interesting revisiting that fucking game when I make the Blackwell video. Ooh. You're talking about Von Karma was the best. The fucking best. Oh, Von Karma was so horrendously bad for like, oh, he never loses, blah blah blah. And his fucking arguments are literally, because I said so and I'm so great, so you should listen to me. It's like, fucking what? Okay, and I'll go back to, this is so fucking vain and narcissistic, but I liked the personality I gave to Blackwell through his voice. Which, like, damn, dude, be more proud about the fucking voice you gave him. Yeah, so that's why I can't say for sure, because I need to calm that shit down. Yeah, the fact of him showing up isn't a problem with Blackwell. It's a problem with the general story. Not him, though. I don't hold that against him, because if you were in that situation, why would you say no? I guess it might have been impossible for him to get to the inner sanctum like he claims, but... Now will you desist in trying to frame this innocent witness? Yeah, I'd like to see you explain that, you dirty, rotten, fucking smelly lawyer! Mr. Wright, is it not time to end these cross-examinations? Excuse you, Judge, I still have a cross-examination to do, even though he's only said one thing of note. A moment of desperation leads to 100 million years of torment. It means that for each moment the sinner spends struggling to deny their sins, 100 million years of torment are added to their time in hell. Brahmanism is the strictest religion ever. Yeah, except for the fact that it allows its practitioners apparently to be the biggest judgmental assholes ever. And just so you know, you've already accrued 200 million extra years. How would you fucking know that? Plus the 5 they started with, that's 700 million years! Sure, what's another 200 million, give or take? I mean, in the grand scheme of infinite, nothing. Well, it's a big deal to me. Can't keep saying that the witness was there at the inner sanctum. if I can't prove it. The problem is, how am I going to do that? This is literally the only thing. This is... Why is this even a fucking line?
Hold it! Hold it!
Like, I hate that I have... Because I feel like I have to go through all these worthless lines in case something comes out of it. It's like, oh, you have to add that testimony that we would have no idea about had this worthless line not got pressed. I mean, this one's not... But he's just parroting with what Ayuta's saying.
Hold it!
Huh, I wonder if it really was impossible for you to get to the inner sanctum. Are you asking him a question, or are you just talking aloud? Or thinking aloud, I should say. Pondering aloud, there you go.
If you have something to say, just say it.
Couldn't there have been another way to get there? A way that wouldn't attract attention? No, there isn't. Which means there is.
Perhaps the defense would share its theory with us.
I don't even have a wild guess, let alone a theory, though. Time to reach into my bag of bluffs. Again, it's not necessarily a bluff if there's logic based in it. Maybe you fell from the sky. Paratrooper! Ha ha ha! The lawyer thinks he's a comedian now. I was wondering what crazy theory you would propose next. Well, defense, let's hear it. Mr. Emmis could have, parachuted down. We already know the weather was clear and there was no wind to speak of. Perfect weather for skydiving, I'd say. He's right to shake his head in this circumstance.
Now that you have been backed into a corner, your delusions grow even more delusional.
Oh, there's something up there. It's the fucking prison. I completely forgot about that.
The inner sanctum is on a tiny ledge upon a sheer cliff over 2,000 meters tall. One misstep and the skydiver would soon find themselves in the Twilight Realm.
Not if he had a parachute. He'd just fall very slowly. Yeah, I don't care how still the wind was. Even I couldn't have made that jump. Wait, what's this building on top of the sacred mountain?
That is Royal Penitentiary number 4.
Are you're telling me that this place, which I'm pretty sure has never been put forth as being a huge place, has 4 royal penitentiaries? Oh God, you guys have a crime problem. Oh, not Ganondorf, it's... What the fuck is that dude's name? Zant? It's Zant! I love when the games are like... It's not Ganondorf this time, it's like it's always Ganondorf. Eventually. I love Light Princess so much. I gotta replay that game. I've been meaning to replay that game for 8 years now. They just fucking do it one day. Well, because they all serve Ganondorf in the end, right? Like, that's how it is. Except for the dude from Skyward Sword. It's like, oh, is it not Ganondorf this time? Like, no, it's always Ganondorf. They serve Ganondorf. Well, Majora didn't because we had just fucking murdered him the game before. Vadi is who I... Wait, is Vadi... Vadi's not the one from Skyward Sword, right? Isn't Vadi, is it the Seasons games? It was one of the he's from one of the series on from the handheld games, right? Minish Cap and Four Swords. Okay, yeah. Those were on, what, DS? Game Boy Advance? Really? I thought Four Swords was DS, because didn't Four Swords come with A Link to the Past? And I could have sworn I played that on DS. But maybe that's BS. Zelda's great, isn't it? Anyways, oh right, Princess Rafa mentioned there was a prison up there. I honestly do not. Bellum and Magnus. I mean, one of those could, I guess, be from the. I have not played the most recent Breath of the Wild game, so if one of those people are from that game, then I would have no idea. How do you get your prisoners up there anyway?
By helicopter, but only with authorization from the Minister of Justice.
That seems like a horrible idea.
He is the only one who can approve flights that pass over the inner sanctum.
Oh, that fucking guy. That's not suspicious at all. The guy that we saw stamp like what, 150 at least death sentences? Oh, Phantom Hourglass makes sense with that being a sequel to and us having killed again Ganon in the prior game. Spirit Tracks, I don't think I know Spirit Tracks exists, and I know it's not generally all that well regarded, and that's all I know about it. Ah, see, even Vadi. No, I want to play A Link Between Worlds, but I never had a emulator that I got to work. I wanted to stream it, like, really bad. That game looks awesome. Every time I see somebody play it, I'm like, I want to play that game so fucking bad.
Might I also add, Defense, that no parachute or any other equipment necessary for skydiving have been found.
What, because you don't have fucking eyes? Are you saying I flew down there by flapping me arms? I mean, it may be an incredible dude, but even I'm not capable of that. I mean, it's true. The last DS, well, it'd be 3DS though, right? Are the 3DS emulators any good? You never do fight Ganon, but if you die, he comes back. So it's still like Ganon. Majora's Mask was your first Zelda? What the fuck? Oh, but Mike, I really want to stream it. I could just get a 3DS. I have the game. Okay, let me put that out there. That's why I wanted to emulate it. Because I have the game. I don't have a 3DS, but I own the game. So I felt okay about doing that. But I couldn't get a fucking emulator that could play it. Although, I guess you can get those modded 3DSs now that you can, like, stream through. At the time, I didn't want to drop so much money on something like that. Now, on the other hand, this is the difference between volatile income, even if it's even higher, but volatile versus more stable, planned, things like that. I guess I could try getting one of those. I don't know how much they go for these days. They're probably more expensive, I would think. Well, if your first Zelda game was A Link to the Past, then you're a person of culture. Because then you're just like me. No, that makes sense, Devin. My parents, I look back and I have no idea how my parents managed to get me, like, really good games. Because I didn't know these things. I got A Link to the Past, I think, when I was 6. Like, how would I have known to get A Link to the Past at age 6? I didn't know what Zelda was. And it was like, here's A Link to the Past. And I'm like, this is my favorite game ever, even though I never got past I never even got to the second dungeon until like 3 years after I got it. When I had Nintendo, like, here's Mega Man 3, and I'm like, in retrospect, I'm like, you went straight to 3? You skipped over 2 because you people are just, mwah. You didn't buy the hype, and you realized that 2 is actually not a good game, and you went to 3. How did you manage to accomplish that? Because I don't know how you did. What resources you had available to you to make that happen. I don't know what my first video game was. It was a NES game, but I don't know what it was. Well, it was Mario and Duck Hunt, I guess. And then after that, there was some combination of Mega Man 3, Super Mario 3, Paperboy, A Boy and His Blob. I feel like I'm forgetting a big one. Never played Zelda on the NES. I didn't play Zelda 1 until I was like 14. I found a gold cartridge, and then I'm like, oh, this is awesome. Tetris was the first Game Boy game I played, but I had a NES before I had. No, I didn't play Mother. I didn't get Mother. They weren't that baller. They could have just rolled high RNG and just been that good randomly at it. Like, oh wow, I didn't even know. I don't think my mom ever read Nintendo Power. I feel like I didn't start getting Nintendo Power until I had already had a Super Nintendo. But that could be wrong. I could be misremembering that. My cousins had Earthbound, so I played with them, but I didn't own it, no. I actually have their copy. That's theirs. I do remember seeing my cousin playing Spirit Tracks when I was young and thinking it looked really cool. All those items, Spirit Tracks, even released. Oh my god. I was already 23. And Devin's like, I remember when I was like 5 and I saw my cousin play Spirit Tracks and I thought it was really cool. And I'm like, Jesus. Oh my god, Tom. Jesus Christ. Oh, Lord. Oh, maybe that's what I was thinking of. I had a DS, but I got 4 Swords for Game Boy Advance, which came with a Link to the Past port, but I could play them on the DS. That makes sense. I also had Final Fantasy Tactics Advance. I think I still have that game. I did not like that game. As much as I loved the original Tactics, I hated the judge system so much in Tactics Advance. I never even beat it. The story was dumb too. Oh, it's a dream world. Fucking why would anybody want to play a game where it's like, it's all a dream? The only franchise that can pull that off is fucking Kirby. And that's because that shit's absurd. It's like, okay, sure, Dreamland. I wasn't young. Well, I guess it depends on if you think 23 was young. Okay, Mike, now I'm sad. And we just need to... God. I have no idea what dream drop distance was. I'll take your word for it. It's a math game? Oh, shit. Somebody out there, they're like somebody's first game had to be Intelligence Cube, right? Like there had to be some psychopathic parent that got their kid a PlayStation and their first game was Intelligence Cube. If you don't know what game I'm talking about, stop watching me and go look at that fucking game right now. Because if that was your first video game ever, your parents were fucking psychopaths. Oh my god. Oh, I had it too, but it wasn't my first fucking PlayStation game. First PlayStation game was Parappa the Rapper. Cause that shit was dope! And NFL Game Day 98. Also, I think cube is spelled with a Q if you go look for it. Well, please add that statement to your testimony, Mr. Immis. Oh, look, we got the thing we needed. It's not like it can fly through the air either. Yeah. But you might be able to if you use this.
Objection!
Not IntelliCube. Yes, random PG. That's yeah. Because it was Intelligence Cube with a Q, because based on how well you did, it would tell you your IQ score, which is why I mean, if your parents got you that as your first game and that was it, they're fucking psychopaths. Because they were literally just trying to pound puzzles into you. Now, don't get me wrong, that game was actually really fun, but like, it's the type of game where if you make a movie about parents like being awful to their children as they grow up and that they only care about, like, they overstate the importance of education being the end all be all and no other type of like emotional growth or anything like that, and all they care about is how well your results are in terms of your education. That is the shit that you would see them be playing when they were the kid, like forced the kid to be playing when the kid was like 10 or 11. How many hours you get in a fucking Intelligence Cube? Tell me that game isn't something that's like crazy though. There's just this dude running on these blocks and like you blow up the blocks and you're trying not to fall off this gigantic cliff. And if you get something wrong, the blocks start falling, and if you fall off, you just dude fall like, ah! That game's insane. Mr. Immis is right. You couldn't have skydived down there without any gear. Well, now, finally come around, have you? And now you see that I couldn't have possibly been there at the Inner Sanctum. Right, if you didn't have any gear, that is. Was that I've never played Catherine. I have it, like, from, like, PlayStation Plus, I think. Like, it's in my library, I've just never bothered playing it. Yeah, imagine somebody coming out of that game thinking they have an IQ of 350. What does an IQ of 350 basically mean? You have, like, telepathic powers or some shit? Jesus. Oh. What on earth are you talking about? That reaction is a dead giveaway that I'm on the right track. I am interpersona. Speaking of which, I need to finish that game too. I'll probably do that after this. Take a look at this piece of evidence. We were so close. It's a photograph too. It is a photograph, and he didn't fucking say it. They knew exactly what they were not doing in this circumstance.
Those are prayer flags, are they not?
Yes, but they have been sewn together to create one big banner. A banner that could also function like a parachute.
Okonka!
Imagine anybody saying, look at this photograph, meaning they could potentially get copyright claim. That would be crazy. Mario is missing? Isn't that not even like an officially licensed Nintendo game? I had that for the PC, and I was like, this is the worst game I've ever played. You don't even do anything as Mario. You go around and learn a bunch of fucking history or some shit. Or I'm probably thinking Mario's Time Machine. Well, Mario's Mystery, or Mario's Missing might have been the same thing. Like, you could get Yoshi, but it didn't really matter. It's because everybody that streamed this game was probably alive during the time of, look at this photograph. Edutainment, yes. Edutainment games were disappointment. Although Mario's Time Machine was really funny because we actually played it on the channel as a Let's Play. It's funny because there were 4 of us, and when there are 4 of you playing such a dumb game, shit gets kind of funny. KY got railed during that game. Oh, such a fun night. We finished it all in one night, obviously, because the game's stupidly easy if you have any, like, knowledge of history. The people of Croydon are so used to seeing prayer flags that the police didn't even think twice about these flags during their investigation. Yeah, railed. Oh, okay. Railed isn't always a sexual thing. Sometimes railed could just mean, like, destroyed. In a non-sexual manner. Oh my god, Mike! Jesus Christ. Oh. Mario was missing his geographic. Okay. I knew Mario's Time Machine was history. But, damn, Mike.
No, this cannot be.
Oh, it very much can be. You're not. But you were probably not the first you probably are the first person to use it in this context, in that I have a friend whose nickname is KY and used the term railed in regards to how he was destroyed by his friends during that playthrough because of his behavior. The witness landed on at the inner sanctum by using these prayer flags as a parachute. Is that not right, Mr. Immis? There's no way out, I'm surrounded. Mr. Immis? All this talk jogged my memory. I guess I was there at the inner sanctum after all. Ugh. Well, just use this to your advantage. Be like, yeah, you saw the murder, right? As I suspected, there were 3 people there that night. You did it, Nick. You weren't wrong after all. Thanks? Mr. Immis, you were the one disguised as Lady Kira that night, weren't you? What? No way, no how. It's like this. Oh yeah. I was only there at the inner sanctum by accident. By accident? Exactly. And that thing's not a parachute, it's a homemade paraglider. A paraglider? Are you telling me you could fly using that patchwork mess of a material? I may not look like much, but it's as sturdy as can be. I rolled the wind like an eagle, going higher and higher from my earthly launching point. Then something happened that forced me to land at the inner sanctum. You just happened to land there. You expect me to believe that?
No. Please calm yourself, Mr. Wright. However, the fact that the witness was at the inner sanctum is crucial testimony indeed. It certainly warrants further explication.
Okay.
And it certainly
Threw me off.
And it certainly warrants further explication. Therefore, let's continue with more testimony.
It probably wouldn't surprise you guys to know that Mike was once a very, very, very funny streamer. We were talking about Spirit Tracks. Oh my god. Tracks? Rails? Tracks? Okay. Okay. That evening I was enjoying a trek through the night sky with my homemade paraglider. But just as Mount Pony Pony was drawing near, something terrible happened. Where did he jump from that he was coming down from that distance? An accident forced me to make an emergency landing at the inner sanctum. As I landed, I banged my head, causing me to lose my memory. So you see, I ended up at the inner sanctum purely by accident.
Mr. Immis, you failed to mention any of this during your pre-trial questioning.
Can't be helped. I mean, I'm just remembering it now. That is exactly why you do not use somebody in a trial that you do not know exactly what they are going to say on the stand. Like, take the amnesiac part out of it. If you don't know what the person's going to say, you are risking a lot putting them on the stand as a witness.
Continue such slipshod testimony and you'll be cast
into the hell of hangnail. Wow. Okay. I knew there was the tickling hell, right?
And you will be cast into the hell of hangnails. Where you shall have hangnails grown and ripped out for 800 million years.
Ooh-ha! I think I'll pass on that. I actually don't know what KY stands for in terms of the jelly. But KY, we call our friend Kyle KY, because first 2 letters of his name, K and Y. I don't know why that started, because we didn't do that. We didn't do that until after high school, and then it just kind of stuck. Looks like that caught Prosecutor Sadmati off guard. This is my chance to rip his case to shreds. be KYS. I think that'd be fucking mean. Oh, I love how they have the registered trademark thing after KY. I always love bringing this up every time this is a thing that happens. Fun fact, if you don't know, I've probably said this like 8 different times, but in case you ever missed it, when you see a brand, you'll usually see one of 2 things afterwards. If it's listed like if it's like written, you'll see TM or you'll see R. Difference between those two are that R means that it is a registered trademark with the U.S. Patent and Trademark Office, USPTO. If it's TM, it is a trademark, but it's not registered as a trademark. Why would you register a trademark versus not registering a trademark? Well, if you register a trademark, if there is any litigation brought against you for using that, you have presumed validity of that trademark being yours. You can also sue for significantly more money. You have a registered trademark versus an unregistered trademark. So, yep, fun facts there. Why wouldn't you register it? Well, I mean, it's a process that costs money, so not everybody has the money to do that. It does stand for Kentucky. A witness that was called up by the prosecutor begins to say things that come as a complete surprise to the prosecutor. Can they demand to remove them? I mean, no. You can stop questioning them, but the defense would still have a chance to cross-examine. What generally happens in the situation that you listed is that they would ask the judge that the judge consider the witness to become a hostile witness. And when that happens, you, even on direct, can start treating the witness as if you were on cross-examination in terms of like leading questions and stuff like that. Actually happened once in a when I was clerking for I clerked for a judge before I graduated, and he was initially in juvenile court, dealt with like child protective services mostly and stuff like that. But before I went back to school, he moved to criminal court, and one of the big trials he like did like almost right away was an attempted murder trial, and the prosecutor brings up this guy as a witness who is I'm not entirely sure, but I think he was seen as like he would be comparable to like a I don't want to say snitch because I'm not sure it's to that degree, but basically someone who was involved in like the general activities of the defendant to some degree, but was providing information to the prosecution. And so the prosecution, they thought they had him as a great witness, and then he got on the stand, and I don't know what happened, but you could tell whatever he was saying was not what the prosecution had thought he was going to say. So he was the prosecution asked that he be that they question him as a hostile witness. It's funny because it's like, did he get on the stand and like look at his former business associate or friend, or I don't know, I don't remember to what degree they were knew each other, but did he like look at him and suddenly freak the fuck out and not want to, and like suddenly started saying something else? Was he intimidated or threatened? I don't know. There's no way of really knowing at this point, but something caused him to say something different. And as the prosecution, sometimes you don't know when that's going to happen. Well, I guess from either side, but especially whenever you're using a turncoat, essentially, it's possible that when they get on the stand, they do not provide the evidence that you thought they were going to. I've also seen this was to a lesser degree. It wasn't used. This person wasn't used as a hostile witness, but, and this was in juvenile court, so not technically the prosecution, but the state, essentially a prosecutor, but in a civil matter. The state used this. Was she a psychiatrist or just or she was a medical doctor? It was a doctor of some sort, an actual MD, but I don't remember if she was a psychiatrist or like a physician or something like that. And this one was interesting because I was interning for the state at this point, so I was like, I had seen like what we assumed she was going to say based on how we were constructing the case. Like they didn't coach or anything like that. You can't do that. But in terms of like, we're using this witness because this is her report after, you know, reviewing as an expert witness, blah, 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 blah. She thinks this is what happened. And she got on the stand and like, it's not that she said anything that was super damning. It's just all of a sudden she was super unsure about everything. Like she couldn't say anything confidently. She couldn't say like anything confidently, and she just came off as a complete like waste. I don't like that sentence that Devin typed. I mean, maybe she was threatened. This one seemed, just my own speculation, this one seemed more like someone who thought they knew what was going on, and then they got put under oath, and suddenly they got like, well, I don't want to fuck up and perjure myself. And suddenly they become a lot less confident. That does happen too. Or it's not like they're not threatened or anything like that, but you get up to a witness stand, they swear you in under oath. You have to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. If you don't, you can get in trouble for that, unlike in these games. And suddenly people will freak out because the situation, they think about, they play out in their minds ahead of time what it's going to be like. And then they get up there and they're like, nothing could have prepared me for this. And then they just fall apart. Like that happens, that is a very much a reality for some people. Or it's not like they were threatened. It's not like they saw somebody and got scared in the courtroom. It's just they got up there and they were like, this freaked me out. Now suddenly I can't feel confident in anything that I said before. So there's some interesting tidbits on my experience with from the side of the prosecution. What happens there? Again, well, with the judge, I wasn't on the side of the prosecution, but that was like the most intense criminal trial I ever like helped out with. Helped out with the judge, not the as his clerk, not on either of the parties. So most of the time I was just watching what was happening because I don't do criminal. I've never done much criminal law. The criminal law that I have done have all been or just municipal violations. But if it's municipal violation, it's not criminal. It's municipal. You just get a ticket for it. That's not considered it's a law violation, but it's not like a criminal misdemeanor. So, yeah. Enough about the Badger and stuff the Badger does. enjoying a trek through the night sky with your homemade paraglider. Didn't go to pray? Devout Carianus like me can pray anywhere, even while flying through the sky. I wouldn't recommend you try it. You're bound to end up dead. Ha 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 ha. Paraglider? I didn't see anything like that. That's because of the ritual curtain blocked your view. You should have seen me majestically soaring through between the mountains. Really? What do you think, Nick? Don't ask me. Don't ask me, I'm just the defense lawyer. Because his speech pattern is very Canadian / Midwestern. He said what did he say? He said something like, "What can I do you for? Like that's how it was. What is a badger? It's just like I don't. Is a badger a rodent? No, it's too big to be a rodent, right? The vicious little thing. The mascot for our state's biggest college, Wisconsin Badgers. Maybe paraglided from Canada. I was really enjoying that flight at first, anyway. Yeah, he would. Let's go to a hootenanny.
Hold it!
Something terrible happened? Exactly. And when I say terrible, I mean terrible. I mean, it could be a wedge of cheese. We have a football team named the Packers, but like the way people symbolize them is an actual cheese foam hat that they put on their head. So, yeah. Ohio State Buckeyes. I have no idea what a Buckeye is, though, to be completely honest. I'm sure Mike knows, because Mike just knows shit like that. If there's ever a dude who, like, for real is just, I drink and I know things, it's Mike. It's a candy? Eye of a male deer, like the eye of a buck. That would make sense. It's a plant? What is... I've just gotten 3 answers. What? Was there something unexpected near Mount Pony Pony? What was it again? Wait, you don't remember? Let's just say it was terrible. Okay, so that was worthless.
Hold it!
What exactly was this accident you had? Good question. Now, what was it again? A wind. Oh yeah, it was the wind. Not just any wind, but a sudden gale force wind. Made me lose control. The wind was strong enough to make you lose control. After supposedly being calm all night. You got that right. Okay then, please add that to your testimony. Our mascot, Brutus, represents 1 seed of the Ohio Buckeye tree. I never knew that, and that's super fucking lame. Yeah, if you have a wife, you can't simp for her because she married you. What? Why did you ask Mike that of all people? Aren't I the only one that can confirm that? Okay, let's just take care of this.
Objection!
See, that's the thing, though. That's why we never caked anybody else like that. Because the first person, I'm like, time to cake. And it, for those younger, I know you guys use cake in a different manner. And the way you use it is more than acceptable. The way we use it, I would say we. I don't even think there was a lot of. I don't think there was a great population of us that did this. We say cake. We meant like flirt, hit on, court. And so when the first character that you are looking to do that with dies almost immediately, you get some trauma from that. And I've never been able to try to cake another character again. So, yeah. So what are the candies, though? We have a saying in my country, Mr. Ennis. From one lie sprouts another. Huh? Yeah. Whenever I try to think of flirting with anyone other than my wife, they fucking die immediately. So just don't do it anymore. What's that supposed to mean? Means someone caught lying will lie again in an attempt to conceal their first lie. Peanut butter fudge dipped in chocolate with a circle of fudge of the. That sounds delightful. In other words, this current testimony is just a blatant lie that you're telling to cover your tracks. What did you just say? Motherfucker, you heard me. Did I stutter? You claimed gale force winds caused you to lose control. But isn't it, in fact, that music is what made you lose control? Oh, but that's the black-eyed peas, not the buck-eyed peas. But this newspaper has the weather report for the day of the murder. It says the area around the inner sanctum will enjoy calm, clear skies today. Okonka! Oh, I do believe it does say that. I believe we talked about that on the record earlier. When one lie sprouts another. That makes sense, but is it really a saying back home? I've never heard of it. Ah, yes, because if you've never heard of it, it must not be a saying around there, because you've heard of every saying in the world. Early Family Guy was fucking brilliant, and they just lost it. One of the first jokes that made me like spit out when I was drinking. Peter, I think it was Peter, goes into, or was it Brian? Anyways, one of them goes into a cockpit, and the pilot's like, "You're not a pilot." It's like, yeah, that happens a lot, right? Or somebody's like, "You can't be blank," but it's like most of the time, it's like, how do you know that? How do you know that person isn't a pilot? It's entirely possible that they are. They're just not the people piloting this plane currently. But then the immediate follow-up was, "You're not a pilot. I know every pilot in the world." It's like, well, if you know every pilot in the world, then you must know. Oh my god. So Maya's out here like, "That's not a saying back home. I know every saying in the world back home." Is it really a saying back home? I've never heard of it. Yeah, I kind of made that one up. For real? Well, then you didn't even have to say it was a saying back home. Just say the statement. It's gonna have the same effect. Your Majesty, the witness's testimony contains another flaw, one that's even more fatal to his cause. More fatal, you say? The defense will explain himself at once. Mr. Amos claims he was flying up around the inner sanctum with his paraglider, but it would have been impossible to get all the way up there without any wind. Why, yes, I believe you're right. But we know the witness was at the inner sanctum, so... Mr. Amos, how did you get there, and from where? Without any wind, he couldn't have flown up there from the bottom of the mountain.
My process of elimination. The only starting point that makes any sense is...
Your Majesty, I believe I have the answer to your question. To reach the inner sanctum, Mr. Immis must have launched himself from here. I swear, if this fucks me over because I'm not, like, perfect, I'm gonna be very upset.
Take that!
Hooah! Are you insane? That's where he came from? If he couldn't have come from below, the only other option is from above. So you see, Anonymous came down from Royal Penitentiary number 4. From there, he could have easily reached the inner sanctum by parachute. That means he might have also killed the High Priest. Mr. Immis, were you the third party at the inner sanctum? And the one behind the warning to halt the right that the victim received? Was it you we saw in his final memory? Are you the rebel hunter Lady Kira? Ooh-ah! Hey, Mr. Prosecutor, sir, help me out here. You did it! You finally left him speechless! Oh, come on, Mr. Prosecutor, man!
Quiet, you fool! You should use this time to prepare yourself for what is to come. My fist up your ass! For a fate far worse than hangnail hell awaits you now. Well done, defense. I must concede this point to you.
Wow, he didn't even do that in the last trial. Holy shit.
Witness did in fact descend to the inner sanctum from Royal Penitentiary number 4.
Huh? He didn't even put up a fight this time. That's awfully generous of him.
But if you are as perceptive as you seem, then surely you've already figured out the riddle. Riddle of Anonymous's true identity.
Oh, his true identity? Not sure I know quite yet, but I guess I'll have to answer with something.
It would seem I am the only one still in the dark here. Would the defense care to enlighten me? Who is this man we've been calling Anonymous?
Why wouldn't he ask the prosecution if the prosecution is the one that obviously knows? The witness's true identity is... Okay, now. Paratrooper.
Is this really him? Only now do you realize the truth. Well, please do share with us your belated insight.
What's wrong, Nick? Why are you holding back? Because this isn't going to be very helpful to our case. Really? Are you sure? Unfortunately, I've got no other choice. Oh, I'm glad there are people out there who just like, you know what he fucking meant. He didn't mean he didn't have any other choice literally. Then don't fucking say that then. Say something like, well, I have to do this. Don't blame me for pointing out bad language. People shouldn't say stupid things, and I won't point them out as being stupid. That scruffy beard and shaggy mane completely threw me off. But it's all becoming clear now. The nighttime base jump from the mountaintop prison. The precision landing at the inner sanctum using only a homemade parachutes. Only a paratrooper, or more precisely, a former paratrooper, could have pulled that off. This witness is that's terrible. Wait, what were the... That's a rebel was the other one. Because I keep thinking of that's terrible. That's just where my mind goes right away. The witnesses, that's a rebel. Prison escapee and key member of Dirk's rebel group. What? Aha! I agree. I think both are good, but even though I always read it as that's horrible, I think that's the rebel is probably the intent. So we'll go with that one, even though I like the other one better. The witness is an escaped prisoner.
Precisely. The police have been scouring every corner of the city to no avail. Meanwhile, here he was, under our noses the entire time.
Hoo-ha! Didn't think anyone would see through my clever disguise, so why are you even here? This is beyond stupid, and we all understand why, right? Even if he gets this murder pinned on Maya, he's still a wanted criminal. And if they find out who he is, he's going back to prison. Why would you do this?
But the witness's charade is not all that has been shattered. Is it, defense?
Boy, do I hate this guy.
Please recall the defense's own words. And he said that the high priest could have been a rebel. He claimed that the real killer was the rebel hunter disguised as Lady Kira.
Yeah, and what's your point?
What of the witness's true identity?
Dude, we just saw this. That was literally like 15 seconds ago in game time.
Oh no! He is a rebel and an escaped prisoner. He could not possibly have been Lady Kira, mortal enemy of the rebels.
No! Doesn't actually mean that. He very well could still have dressed up as her. There's nothing saying he couldn't have. In fact, that could throw you off because he'd be like, well, I'm a rebel. You wouldn't dare think of rebel was under the rebel hunters, guys. Am I right?
Now, perhaps the witness will enlighten us to the truth.
At this point, I'd tell him to fuck off. You know who I am already, so whatever. Just take me back to prison. I made this stupid decision to come in anyways.
After all, he has yet to refute any of this.
Hoo-ha! You got me. I'm the razor-sharp fangs of the defiant dragons. That's a rebel.
When did you get your memory back?
Okay, I gotta give him a different voice now, right? Which kind of sucks because I love that voice. You could just be a Midwestern rebel? Yeah, I suppose. Oh, around the time you guys were talking about there being no wind. But you gotta give me credit for making up that testimony off the top of my head. He still does have the same speech pattern, I guess. Are you prepared to tell us the truth now? Like, why? He's an escaped prisoner. Why the fuck do I have to tell you anything at this point? Well, it's true, I parachuted down to the inner sanctum, but I banged my head on impact and ended up unconscious outside the ritual curtain. In short, all my eyewitness testimony was a big fat lie. Big fat lie? So we're back to where we started before he ever took the stand. Oh, and by the way, long time no see, Yudi. Wait, they know each other?
Your Majesty, this filthy rebel belongs in a jail cell.
Oh yes, of course. Bailiff, seize him at once.
Seems you really have forgotten the will of the dragon, huh, Yudi? I haven't. And no dogs of the Garen regime gonna lay a finger on me. Alley-oop! He just started running. What was the alley-oop for?
Deploy all available resources. I want all units placed on high alert.
Sam Elliott's voice is pretending that you're chewing on tobacco while not trying to accidentally eat your own mustache. Bushy fucking mustache. Oh, I wish I could do a Sam Elliott. Because you know it's... No, I can't... It's such a distinctive, deep voice. Distinctive, like... Is he from Texas? Sounds like he's from Texas, but that could be completely wrong. Partner? I don't know where the bailiff was. Not doing his fucking job, that's for goddamn sure.
Escaped prisoner escaped again.
The police force has been placed on high alert. He will be caught before long.
An escaped prisoner who's escaped the law again after giving a ton of false testimony. How embarrassing. Talk about a troublemaker. That's the understatement of the fucking chapter. Jesus Christ. You really pulled a number on all of us. Maybe I should give Phoenix this voice. Because that's something a Midwesterner would say. He really pulled a number on us. What was the point of all that anyway?
Well, I can't help but feel that entire episode was an enormous waste of time.
You gotta love the game when it's like, we just wasted your time. But that doesn't make it good. It just makes it funny that the game's like, yep, that was all padding. Oh my god. So it couldn't have been an entire waste of time. Though I think the entire point is that they knew each other, right? And that's going to be some plot point later. But like, did we really need to go through all of that then just to reach that one bit of information? That it's possible we could have put in a different way that didn't waste so much of our time?
Your Majesty, perhaps it was not as great of a waste of time as you might believe.
Makes you say that, Prosecutor Sanmari.
That's a rebel dropped something as he made his escape from these halls.
That scrap of paper looks awfully familiar.
These appear to be the direct orders from Dirk.
From Dirk, the rebel leader. Oh, but we only have a small corner of it.
Wait, I remember now. Your Majesty, I've seen that scrap of paper before.
Rev?
The scrap of paper that's the rebel dropped is part of this.
Take that! This is...
I found it at the scene of the crime. It appears to be a copy of the order that Mr. A Rebel dropped. He's not a Mr. Fuck him. Just call him That's a Rebel. Or Dats. He doesn't deserve the respect of having his full name said anymore. Or Mr. added to it. Said you smell like what? Oh, okay. I can't say I've ever come up with anything that clever to my parents before. And you smell like discipline. Mostly it's just incoherent nonsense. I know the first time I got like shit-faced drunk. Like not just I got a little buzz, did stuff, that was like high school. It wasn't until after high school I got first like really drunk. I definitely called my mom that night. It's like, oh yeah, she dealt with it really well. Like, oh, I see. Oh, guess that makes me a mama's boy. Also, would never have been doing that while I was drinking. Oh my god. If we put the two together, we should be able to read what the order says. Wow, how perfectly that fit. Oh, but there's still a little blood smear there. I wonder if that's gonna be relevant. Greg, I don't know what to tell you, but I have been getting drunk playing Ace Attorney every weekend since I've been back. This is not, well, it's not just Coca-Cola. There's something else that happened this week that just... My stress level is at an all-time high. So, these nights are great stress relief. And a part of that is my rum and coke. Hey, I wish I could do that, Tom. I do not like it's bad when you can. I think it's bad to be able to hold alcohol well because one, you end up drinking more just to get the buzz that you want, which is bad for your body, obviously. Two, it's more expensive. I wish I could just one glass of wine and I'm just done. You know how efficient that is? That's so efficient. Oh my god. And then the other problem is like because you have to drink so much to even get your buzz going, there's a lot less of a well, I guess it's not less, but there's still this really fine line where then you overdrink and then you're just shit-faced and then it's a problem. Women Day. Oh, Women Day. No comment on Tom's better duo. I'm a big fan of International Women's Day. Women are my favorite guy, after all.
Oh my! And just what does it say, Mr. Wright?
I can't read Chinese.
Oh, Prosecutor Sanmati, if you please. The ignorant lawyer has not bothered to learn our language.
In the 2 weeks that he's been here, fuck right off.
Very well, then. I do not understand.
Well, what does it say? Why did he rip out the scroll? It was like one sheet of paper.
Using the lamplights as a landmark, he was to parachute down to the inner sanctum. Upon the rite's completion, he was to don Lady Kira's robes and make his escape.
What? That is how he was to escape from prison?
Oh, using the robes to show that he was the rebel hunter, not the rebel. Oh my god, like I said earlier, as to why he could still very well have been using the robes, because that actually would make a lot of sense. Yeah, I mean, this isn't exclusive to law school, but it's maybe a disproportional amount of the population of law school that deals with stuff like this. It's not caffeine. There's a lot of Adderall that's used as like a performance enhancing drug, test performance enhancing drug. And there's alcohol to deal with the stress. It's being a professional. You fall into any of the professional areas. It's super stressful, and people cope with it in whatever way they can. A tax lawyer? I would love to be a tax. I wish I knew more about tax to be a tax lawyer. But I imagine all tax lawyers to just be like enhanced accountants and have like the personality of a piece of loose leaf paper. Which is really ironic because I have like one of my friend groups is like basically all accountants or accountant adjacent individuals because they like all went to school in the same school in the same program or something close to it. So they shared classes. The only reason I got in that friend group is one of them worked at the grocery store that I worked at. So hung out with him more, which then led me to befriending his other friends. And they're not like that at all. They are dripping with personality. But it's still like the stereotype, like tax, like monotone, like almost robotic. or any federal agency at this point. Jesus Christ. Ben Stein was the first person that came to my head too. Tom, I would venture a guess. This is just speculation. I would venture a guess that the first thing helped getting into the second thing, which has then helped getting into the third thing, without it being not necessarily not overwhelming, but to a point where you don't need a vice to cope. Which is great. But yeah, it's a lot of stuff that people do to keep themselves going, and it sucks. It sucks that has to happen. I mean, consider this. I'm an immigration lawyer, so the pressure that I have on me isn't somebody go to jail if I don't I'm bad at my job, but they could get sent out of the country back to a situation that might be dangerous. So you have to make sure that you're giving it your all in every single one of your cases, so something like that doesn't happen. And not all cases like that. Some of them are like, I need to renew my work authorization. Like that. Is that going to lead to a deportation if you fuck up that petition? No. You're still going to treat it with the care and respect that it deserves, but not, I'm just as to illustrate that not all cases have those type of stakes. Most of the ones I have do, though. A great majority of them. Well, and that's the thing. They're using a machete, and they're not telling us how the machete is actually being used. And they're claiming credit for things that the machete didn't actually cut in the first place, which is also garbage. I mean, yeah, that's the thing. There's nothing wrong with an agency to review spending to make sure it's not wasteful. But the way this is set up is not good. Not good at all. There's no transparency. Just kind of, they do what they want. And a blindfold, yeah. So if I were to assume that Mr. Rebel was the one who killed the high priest, then maybe it was because Abbott and me tried to thwart his escape plan?
Oh, foul lawyer, I'm afraid that is simply ludicrous.
Huh? But I didn't say anything. Did you just read my mind? Now who's omniscient? Now I'm omnipotent and omniscient. Now I'm getting those confused. To be fair, I've accepted that mine won't exist for years now, even before all this started happening. There was always a very good chance by the time that I got to that age, it would not be functioning anymore. But, like, that doesn't mean that everyone prior to that should be losing it either. Right. And that's what I mean. Like, they're taking credit for more stuff than they actually did. We cut down these trees. No, you cut down some twigs. But it's more about saying what you did than what you actually did.
I know how your putrid mind works.
Putrid is just not as fun of a word to use that often like fool was. I gotta agree with you guys there. The way Franny used fool is significantly better than how Sanmati uses putrid. It really is. Really is.
Unfortunately for you, however, now that the rebel's escape plan has been revealed, it is clear that that's a rebel is not the High Priest's killer.
How can you be so sure?
If only you would use that putrid brain of yours every once in a while. That's the rebel's plan could not have worked without the help of a certain individual.
What do you mean?
I'm speaking of Abbott and me, of course. Had that's a rebel simply donned Lady Kira's robes and made his escape alone, he would have been far too conspicuous. But were he by the High Priest's side, the faithful citizens praying in the plaza would have had no cause to suspect anything. It is therefore unthinkable that that's a rebel was the High Priest's killer.
So then you're saying the High Priest was a... Oh, I cannot bear to say it.
Which is interesting, Mike, because there is an instrument to do that right now, but I think if you expanded its power, and I'll tell you why. The big problem with the instrument that I'm talking about is that it's very limited in scope. But not just, okay, so it deals with illegal entries into the country, called the 601A waiver. And what it allows you to do is you have to go back to your home country and come back in the proper way. However, while the waiver is pending, for it to be approved, you get to stay here, and then it gets approved. You set up your interview in your home country. You go back, you do your interview. You wait for them to give you the go ahead. You come back in. The problem with it is that it's only good for one entry. If you have any more than one entry, you can't use it. If you have more than one illegal entry, you are permanently barred from getting legal status in the United States that way. There's only like 2 different ways then that it can happen. 2, T visa, U visa. I feel like I'm missing one. No, even VAWA I think only waives 1 entry. There might be another one but like, yeah. And that those situations are very specific type of scenarios that you can. Anyways, my point is, if you made it so that people with multiple entries could do the exact same thing, there would be a gigantic influx of people who are like, hey, we're willing to do this. We are 100% willing to do this. If we know that the waiver gets granted, we will leave and we will come back in willingly. But by only limiting it to 1 entry, that cuts off such a huge amount of the undocumented population, because a significant portion of them have more than one entry simply by, I got caught once and was sent back and I got it the second time. That's 2 entries. You're fucked. Just the not bring multiple people in, that's smuggling. That's a whole different problem. But in terms of like, if a person tried to come in and they got caught and sent back, that's still an entry for those purposes. And then if they come in undetected a second time, well, they're in here, but that's 2 entries, that's a permanent bar. So, if you made it more accessible to people with multiple entries to go through a waiver system like that, they would do it 100%. The problem is you've cut them off entirely. So now, what incentive do they have to actually try to do things the right way? They don't. So they're just going to be here until they get caught and deported. That's when a rule like that backfires on you. You can't be so extreme in those circumstances, because if you weren't, you'd probably have a lot more of you'd have less of an undocumented problem at that point. DEI. Not for here though, but for chapter 2. I mean, I guess he could be like some minority to some degree, considered a minority to some, because he's young and has gray hair, maybe? That's considered a class of people. Green-eyed? Maybe they look down upon all green-eyed. Wait, does what's-her-face have green eyes? Oh, Albie has green eyes. Yeah, they all have fucking green eyes. I mean, you have no eyes. But he's a high priest, so yeah. Even those, do they all have? No, she has brown eyes. The one person has brown eyes. The rest of them have green eyes.
I'm afraid it is so. He numbered among the rebels who threatened our kingdom.
How could this be?
High priest, a rebel?
There must be some kind of mistake. There's only those two people. Gallery, by the way.
Let it go, let it go, and move on. Accept the truth. It is the only way. And that goes double for you, Defense. Cease your futile battle now.
And why should I?
Because I will now put the final nail in the coffin of the accused. Now that we have eliminated that rebel from our list of suspects, there is only one person that still remains, the accused, Maya Fey.
Hold it!
Second time it's done that. Like, just don't use it's a wasted line of dialogue. Aren't you forgetting something important?
Something important? Please do explain, Defense.
Can't end this trial without looking into I mean, we still don't know where the weapon is. We believe him to be the third party, right? So this isn't the answer. And the arrow was only in the... So it's got to be this, right? By process of elimination? Because this was at the High Priest's house. Well, actually... This just delivered the message. So the arrow itself is irrelevant? But if the High Priest was working... Oh, actually, the arrow makes sense. Because what he's saying is that the High Priest was working with the rebels, but there was still the rebel hunter that would then have told him not to perform the rite. So I'm assuming it's the arrow. The murder weapon's a problem, but we don't know where it is. So, like, how much more can we look into something that we don't know, at least in court? We don't know where it is. Just, it's not third party. I think it's between these two. My gut was original murder weapon, but I think I've changed my mind to the arrow. What about the arrow that was fired into the High Priest's house?
It was simply a means to deliver the warning letter to the victim.
That's more or less the same conclusion we came to yesterday. No, I guess you're right. Ah! Oh yeah, now that's it. You lose! I don't have to imagine. I just am. Okay, so my gut was probably correct. I guess the third party doesn't make sense, though, because isn't he the third party? In theory? Because there could be a fourth party, but that's not what we're saying.
Listen up, liberal! You liberal scum!
What about the murder weapon? We haven't found it yet.
What does it matter if it has been found or not?
That's kind of a big deal. I mean, you can still find somebody guilty without finding the murder weapon, but don't make it seem like that's a trivial point.
The fact remains that the victim was killed with it by the accused.
Objection. Allegedly, motherfucker.
It also fails to see how that would be important, Mr. Wright. This is, however,
What? What'd you do? You remove part of my soul? What happened? Whoa!
Seems there is no reason to trial, yeah. We don't need to do this anymore.
No, Your Majesty, there is still something important that must be brought to light. Okay, so I want to know what they mean by third party. I'm talking about the true identity of the Lady Kira we saw in the seance vision. But wait, I thought we established that he was the one that dressed up as her. Maybe I'm not remembering that correctly. If that wasn't That's a Rebel, then who was it?
Objection.
The matter has already been resolved.
It has? What's he talking about?
It's as I have maintained from the start. There was no third party in the seance vision.
What? Okay, now I'm confused.
Objection.
But there was another Lady Kira there besides Maya Fey. We all saw her.
Shut it up.
What are you doing? What the? I can't do my finger points. Okay, that's actually pretty funny. Although how it wrapped like that with his finger pointing backwards, his arm pointing backwards is beyond me. Would have wrapped around him. Oh, that's right. He said he was knocked out because that's when he was like, I just lied about everything. That's right. I thought they had said at one point that he had the, wait, it was in the order, right? The order, Dirk's order, that somebody would fall down with the costume on. That's probably what I'm confused, you're conflating it with. Yeah, oh, shit. That's a new way of assaulting opposing counsel.
It is time to let it go and move on. Your fate has already been sealed, much like your arm.
This hardly seems fair.
It is quite simple once you consider where the victim and the accused were at the time. The victim was near the spring with his back to the accused. What would he see ahead? Besides the water.
Besides the water itself, there's nothing but the Warbond statue.
Precisely. The Lady Kira we saw in the seance is the Warbond statue draped in her sacred robes.
Why would it have been, though? And why, then, after he got stabbed, would they have taken the robes off of the statue? That doesn't make any sense. No way!
The accused wanted the false Lady Kira to appear in the seance vision. Before she came from behind and stabbed the victim with the dagger in a reverse grip, which still makes absolutely no sense at all. But for the sake of my argument, let's assume that for some stupid reason she would have decided to do that.
But why would the accused want to do something like create a false Lady Kira?
To show it to the victim as he was being slain.
And what reason would the accused have to fool the victim she was about to kill?
It was not the victim she was trying to fool. It was this very court itself.
Oh, she tried to fool the seance vision. Does she even know about the seance vision shit? What? Maybe she did. I don't know. But I wouldn't think that would necessarily be common knowledge for an outsider, even one that stayed there for a very long time. If you've never had any reason to care about the court system, why would you?
Come again?
Suspicion would not fall on the accused if it looked as if another Lady Kira was there.
She asked Nick about it during the insight. Yeah, so she didn't. And why... I don't get why the court would simply assume that she did, again, as being an outsider.
and the defense was foolish enough to fall for it and claim it was a third party in disguise.
Are you saying?
I am. It was all a cleverly wicked scheme perpetrated by the accused.
Yes, that is when the reverse grip was established, by the dude who said he lied about everything he saw. So, well, we're just running with it, I guess.
A scheme in which she sought to use the seance vision to mislead us.
This is, really flimsy.
This can't be happening.
But Phoenix thinks it's rock fucking solid.
What a face you are making, Defense. I'm surprised you are taking this so hard. After all, did I not clearly state a while back that you were chasing after naught but a deluded fantasy? Let's go to a flashback where I tell you.
Telling me he knew this is how it would turn out all the way back then? No, that makes no goddamn sense. Unless he put on a show when he didn't realize what the... He didn't know what the second witness was gonna say. Like, I guess that all could have been an act, but what's the point? That he was just waiting for the most effective moment to spring it on me? No, that's entirely unbelievable.
Do you understand now? I've had you dancing in the palm of my hand this entire time.
Nope. 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 That doesn't make any sense.
It can't be!
This is an outrage! You took our royal priestess's sacred divination seance and used it to commit this most foul and despicable murder.
No, I did nothing of the sort. Nick, it's not true. I didn't even know what that was before today. Yeah, this reeks of somebody getting fucked up, and then they're like,
It was all a part of my plan.
yeah, okay, whatever.
Cease this ugly display. Your fate is sealed now that the facts have been exposed. Your Majesty, the time has come to convict this criminal who only seeks to taint this sacred hall.
Indeed, it seems this trial is over.
Hold it!
Does the defense wish to offer up yet another counter-argument or something?
The accused is not the killer, and here's why. What do? I've got nothing. Yes, you do, but you just choose not to use it.
It would appear the defense has run out of arguments to make.
For sure that the rebel was the killer. That rebel. The only person with a possible motive, the one dressed as Lady Kira, has vanished. I've got nothing to use against Prosecutor Satmati's argument. Damn it. I can't lose now, not like this.
Very well then, I shall now render my verdict.
Wait. Please wait. I'm begging you.
Is it time to let it go and move on? It is time to let it go and move on.
This trial need not be drawn out any longer. The defense has failed to counter the charge filed by the prosecution.
Oh, Lord, this is incredibly disappointing.
In accordance with the law, I invoke the Defense Culpability Act against the defense. Now then, this court finds the accused Maya Fey and the defense Phoenix Wright guilty.
Ah!
Magistrate, please forgive the interruption, but... What is the meaning of this? A body has been found.
A body has been found in the Plaza of Devotion, Your Majesty.
A body has been found in the Plaza of Devotion, Your Majesty.
What's this? No. What's this?
Oh, God, the voices in my head. A body? What happened now? And we found this sticking out of the victim.
Why, that's Lady Kira's warbond dagger.
Oh, the murder weapon. Lady Kira should return to the Twilight Realm once more. She's coming to defeat the rebels.
Peace. Well, it would seem the dagger that was once lost has now been found.
One more thing to report, Prosecutor Sanmati.
Yes?
This dagger. It bears the fingerprints of Maya Fey on it. How would she possibly have done that when she was in custody?
What?
But why would Maya's prints be on it?
I cannot believe it, yet it must be true.
Is something the matter, Prosecutor Sanmati?
This trial has run its course, and the accused's guilt has been firmly established. However, it would seem the defense was right about one thing.
I was?
You claim that the murder at the Inner Sanctum had been carried out by the rebel hunter masquerading as Lady Kira.
I did say something to that effect, but what of it? Prosecutor Sanmati, are you suggesting what I think you are?
I believe the true identity of the rebel hunter who has been masquerading as Lady Kira is none other than the accused Miss Maya Fey.
What? Me?
What? I realize how shocking this must seem. Looking back, however, I now realize there was much that pointed to this fact. Rebel hunting Lady Kira was first sighted about 2 years ago. The accused first came to our kingdom 2 years ago as well.
Oh, so she came to the country knowing about all this and then decided to get involved in your political affairs via vigilantism without actually having been here for long at all? That doesn't make any sense.
Boy, the timing matches perfectly.
Yeah, too perfectly is the problem.
But there is more. That warning letter was found in the High Priest's bedroom 3 days before the rite. Despite his house being locked up tight that night.
Objection!
How does that prove anything?
Objection!
I mean, is the case done? Do we even have to objection anymore?
It is difficult to believe an intruder could have found a way to enter such a secure house. However, the accused was known to come and go freely there, mainly to prepare for the purification rites.
Ah.
The accused could have easily left the house unlocked for herself without anyone noticing.
No!
If we assume that the accused was Lady Kira, that more than establishes her motive for killing the High Priest.
Yes, the victim was secretly an insurgent, bent on helping Dance the Rebel escape after all.
Precisely. That made him a target of Lady Kira's wrath. After killing the High Priest, she then unleashed her divine justice on another rebel. So, it seems the scope of this case has expanded. We now have 2 murders perpetrated by Miss Maya Fey, masquerading as Lady Kira. If Miss Fay is indeed a serial killer, it would affect the severity of her punishment.
2 murders is not a serial killer, although I suppose in your country you could have a super loosey-goosey fucking legal definition for serial killer.
In light of this, I believe this second murder must be investigated before we can proceed.
As you wish, Your Majesty. Fay, I hereby charge you with this second murder. May your defiled soul feel the weight of your sins.
Murder charge on top of a guilty verdict?
It seems the defense will live to see one more day.
Talk about hanging on by a thread.
Come tomorrow, a far more terrible punishment awaits you.
I hereby suspend these proceedings so that the second murder may be investigated. Till the conclusion of this new investigation, this court is adjourned.
Wait, so is there a guilty verdict or not? Because now it's fucking confusing. If there's a guilty verdict, can I just appeal it on the spot in the same court while doing another case? Oh, that gives me a headache. TBC. So it was probably the wife? I mean, unless there's a new character, it wasn't Rafa. If it ended up being Rafa, that would be like, well, first of all, she would have started the murders when she was 12, which that would be like shock value just for the sake of shock value as opposed to making sense narratively. I guess it could be somebody we haven't met yet, but otherwise, who else is it gonna be? Wait, hold on a second. 11 years is a lot, but I guess not when you're that old. 4231. What do I do now? Can't believe Maya and I were actually found guilty. Yeah, they just let me go free. I'm definitely a flight risk at this point. I love how even in his mind, in his flashback, it did guilty that way. Do-do-do-do-do-do. Mr. Wright! I'll be. I saw the whole trial. What's gonna happen to Miss Maya now? Oh, and me too, but you know, thanks for worrying about me. No worries. Worried about that too, but right now... Worthless. Worthless! Would most people have saved and quit? Would most people have done that though? And even if they had, that was like literally in the last 5 minutes of gameplay. I don't know what fucking gamers they know. But I guess I would be surprised if that would be the general behavior. I suppose that happens with books, but is reading the same as game playing in that regard? Lynn's also correct. What they said happened, Phoenix already said happened. So what was the point of the flashback? Right now I need to focus on the next trial. The murder of Acolyte Zealot, right? At least the jury's still out on that one, so to speak. Two murders are most likely connected. If I can get to the bottom of Acolyte Zealot's murder, it might give me the ammunition I need to overturn Maya's guilty verdict. Let me help you investigate. I want to assist you any way I can. Ugh, God. I appreciate it, Albie, but we're talking about a murder. Yeah, but it's going to be hard for a foreigner to investigate this on his own. You have a point there. Wish I knew what to do. Isn't that your benevolence? Princess Rafa?
Oh, it is you again. The dead lawyer walking, guilty of abetting a murder under the Defense Culpability Act.
Ugh, I see she hasn't lost any of her charm. Why the long face? See, I'm a nice guy. I'm not an asshole. I'm worried about the fact that you look sad. I thought you'd be glad I was found guilty under the DC Act.
I am in no mood to take joy in your suffering. I was unable to defeat you and had to leave the job to others. I failed in my sacred duty as the royal priestess.
I guess that answers my question. But again, so the second part, yeah. Because Phoenix didn't say it. But if Phoenix says it, you don't need the flashback. It does nothing. Because Phoenix has already said that information. So unless you believe Phoenix to be an unreliable narrator, which you shouldn't, because there's no reason that we've been given that we should feel that way, the first flashback, at least, was entirely pointless, regardless of whether or not it came after to be continued. The other one, he didn't actually say fingerprints. So if they want to put that there to remind you, hey, by the way, remember when those fingerprints were found on that dagger and they were Maya's? That makes more sense. Although Phoenix, again, could have just said that and the flashback would have been entirely unnecessary again. This makes more sense because this happened a while ago at this point. All I did was defend my client. Can't bear to see her looking so sad like this, though. It is fucking sad. Your benevolence? Your benevolence!
Oh, barbed head. I thought you had already begun your journey to the Twilight Realm.
I'm not dead yet. I still have an investigation to do for tomorrow's trial.
What's this? Do you mean to say you have not given up yet?
Well, no, because don't plan on just dying. Jesus Christ. What's the general attitude here once you're... we just give up. We just give up. Which, I mean, that's the thing. Like, Phoenix did. About the... about the one part, but he did not talk about the fingerprints, but he could have. You could have added a line about that. Post the guilty thing. He do kind of look like Gemini to Mando. That should just be his character theme. That's right. I'm going to prove my innocent tomorrow, and myself, by extension.
But why? Why do you refuse to give up? I cannot fathom such obstinacy. Investigate all you want. I care not. Mrr.
You really don't mind? But aren't you worried that a lawyer backed into a corner by the DC Act might do something desperate? Like forge evidence?
What's this?
If left unsupervised, I'd be free to do whatever I wanted, you know? Grr. Okay, now to see if she takes the bait.
Yes, I see your point. Barbed head.
Yes?
I know what happened yesterday. You perpetrated some sort of fraud or other misdeed while I was not watching.
Huh? Yeah, Mira's right. Like, that's part of the problem. You're not trusting your own storytelling enough. You're not trusting the audience. So you're treating both your own story and your audience like children. A minor. He does not like. He's just trying to make her feel better. He's not doing that. I mean, I think she might be crushing on him, but I do not think that's being reciprocated. Just think Phoenix feels bad for her. Yeah, which platonic is a thing that can happen. I assure you.
That explains why I misunderstood the voice of the High Priest's soul. Yes, of course. That is the only explanation.
I'm just trying to cheer her up. Now she thinks even less of me.
I must not allow you to sully our sacred hall of justice with your misdeeds ever again. Therefore, today, I will be monitoring your every move once more. I will not fail to spot your misdeeds this time. The moment I see anything out of the ordinary, I will send you straight to prison. And you, boy, do not throw your lot in with this foreign devil.
What? Your benevolence! It's okay, Albie. You don't need to worry about me. Thank fucking God. I did not want Albie as an assistant. It's okay, Albie. You don't need to worry about me. I'll be back before you know it. But first, I should probably lighten my load a bit. Albie, would you mind holding on to some evidence for me?
Of course not. I'm always glad to help.
May the holy blood... I was going to say Blothers. Just combine those two words.
May the Holy Mother's blessing be upon you.
Now then, the scene of the crime is the logical place to start. If I recall correctly, the body was found at the Plaza of Devotion. His name is I'll Be Your Guide. Looks like the police already finished their investigation. I think someone will be killed here. A place devoted to prayer. See, this makes sense. This makes a ton of sense. So Phoenix isn't... there's no dialogue from the flashback, but Phoenix is thinking about how overlaying how this looked when people were here against the backdrop of no one being there. That is how to use a flashback like this. Body outline and flowers? Did someone leave them here in memory of the deceased? And there's something different about the prayer flags today.
As the high priest disciple, acolyte zealot was utterly devoted to his training. The first high priest and now his devoted disciple, Maya Fey, will pay for this.
As I keep trying to tell you, Mai has nothing to do with any of this.
And you can prove this how?
What do you think I'm doing here? Gathering dirt and dust for the trial?
You and your smart mouth. This is precisely why you and your lawyerly ilk are so reviled.
Hey, Mr. Wright! Emma!
It's that detective from your country again.
It's the princess!
You seem displeased that I am here.
Oh, no, don't be silly. Mr. Wright, I'm so sorry about what happened to Maya, and by extension to you. Not your fault, Emma, you were just doing your job. If I had just done mine. Mr. Wright, but it's no use crying over spilled milk. Do you mind telling me what you know about the murder? You were dying in court tomorrow, and I mean that literally. Gladly, I'll help in any way I can.
Remember, I have my eyes on the both of you, so see to it that you commit no misdeeds.
Of course not. You're talking to a professional here. Let's see, how about starting with an overview of what happened? Sure, the victim is Prey Zealot. He was the high priest's disciple. His body was discovered around noon today, right after the rite wrapped up. So during the high priest's murder trial. That's right. Apparently he had been here praying since the day before the rite even started. Talk about serious devotion. What, he's just been stabbed that entire time? How could I guess I'm not understanding what they think the timeline here was. Because we were here while Maya was in detention and he was alive. Shoeless and sockless and alive. Yeah, I barely lasted a few minutes. This is a picture of Mr. Zealot's body. Damn, he didn't even move after getting stabbed. He just kept praying until he wasn't alive anymore. That dagger is in his upper back. Looks like it would have been particularly painful. I think any death stab would have been particularly painful, Phoenix. Is that a tattoo on the back of his neck? It's peach shaped? Everyone started leaving when the praying was finally done. But the victim remained bent over in prayer, and when they went over to check on him, they discovered he was dead, right? What, so the people on either side of him were there, the dude got stabbed and neither of them noticed? That's intense and insane. Yes, the estimated time of death is May 9, sometime between the start of the rite and the discovery of the high priest's body. Wait, so when wait. So he was dead when we were there investigating? He just had this knife protruding and we were looking all around the area, even pointed at him. And he was dead and had a knife stuck in his neck at that point? Am I crazy? Is that what the game is telling us? Does nobody else see a problem with that? I'm sure it'll change. But that's incredible. As of right now, at least, that seems incredibly stupid. Like, Phoenix should immediately be like, we were here after the Wright when Maya was in prison, and he did not, in fact, have a knife in his neck. And then Emma should be like, oh, well, I guess that entire timeline is fucked then. He must have gotten killed after that. Or the alternative is, we were here, he did have a knife in his neck, and somehow we didn't notice that, despite investigating the whole area, which would be equally as stupid. Possibly even more stupid. I guess we'll see. That's weird. In other words, we believe the crime took place during the purification rite. And the murder weapon was the same ceremonial dagger that killed the high priest. Prosecution believes Maya came to... Can we have I want a fucking flashback of me playing this game and at this scene and us looking right at that dude and him not having, like, again, we couldn't see because it was from behind, but if we were, you know, we did go up. We went up through that gate, which means at some point we would have walked in front of him. And we probably, at some point, would have glanced back for one reason or another, unless we are that much of a tunnel vision, don't have peripheral vision, and couldn't notice a knife coming out of this guy's neck. It's just weird that Phoenix isn't... If Phoenix had addressed this right away, this would be less of a problem. But, like, Phoenix is not... The fact that Phoenix isn't immediately going Emma, that doesn't make any sense. That doesn't make any sense to me. Nah, but that's not exactly true, Ventus, because we went through that gate, and he was at the front row. That's pretty close to him. To at least notice that he is dead from a knife wound in which he is bleeding from. Because they were all still there while we were investigating, right? Or am I misremembering that? Were they all gone? I thought they were still there. That scarf could not have hid that super protruded fucking knife. The only thing I can think of is that I'm not remembering what happened correctly while we were investigating, and they weren't there anymore, but I very much thought they were still there. The prosecution believes Maya came down the stairs after killing the high priest and then stabbed Mr. Zealot with the same dagger around everyone, and no one else saw. And then he just laid there for another day. Circumstantial evidence does point to my... No! Fucking... Also, nice scream. Nice fucking frame of me, right? Jesus. This is during the investigation. This is actually during the investigation. They are still there. They are there. They're right there. And again, we had to go up to the inner sanctum, so we had to have walked in front of them at some point. This doesn't make sense. And again, if Phoenix would just address the fact that it doesn't make sense, that would be fun. Excuse me. That would be fine. But he's just like, circumstantial evidence does point to Maya. Are you fucking kidding me? Like, he has the scarf, but like, look at this. That knife, the fucking hilts, or not the hilt, what is the handle and the, what do you call the thing at the end? Anyways, that is really protruding outward. Even if he had the scarf over that entire thing, that would have looked very weird. What could he possibly have had on his neck that was covered by a scarf that would have came out that long? I don't think the scarf is a good enough explanation. I mean, I guess if they want to look at him as another fucking Quasimodo, but like those that know that he's not like that. Which, by the way, the person with us during the investigation would have known that because she knows who he is. Rafa wouldn't have noticed that that was odd. I can't see, that makes me think there's something about this that just I'm not looking at that I should be looking at, because I don't believe I'm this big brain to have come up with some weird thing that no one else noticed during their playthrough. I don't jump to that conclusion when I see people saying, oh, I never noticed that, and I'm like, am I an idiot? Am I just not understanding something like super simple where it's like, oh yeah, well this is why that wasn't a problem. Oh. Now I'm concerned. Like, dude, what am I missing? I'm just looking like a not. And I was willing to go along with it until this line here. Phoenix, that doesn't make any sense. Now who's the amnesiac? Okay. A pouch on your neck like that? That's literally stiffly sticking. I don't buy that. And I know you said that it's not a good explanation, but it's their explanation. I just don't think it's a good explanation at all. Mike. What about the cause of death?
He apparently died instantly from the dagger that was left thrust into his upper back. Here's the autopsy report. It's all updated, so don't worry.
Like, again, if there was some, like, deformity about him that and that Phoenix doesn't know him, so he's like, okay, maybe he has a hunchback. She would know when she was with us. And she even, like, talked about him at one point, I'm pretty sure, because we, like, looked at him. So I'm like, this fucking guy. I knew his name was Zealot before.
Estimated time of death, you say? How can you know such a thing? I want to know. Well, Barbed Head, out with it. Oh, so the princess of the Spirit Medium Kingdom is interested in forensic science? I have no interest in science, forensic or otherwise. Nevertheless, I will someday be queen. As such, it would be wise to know what silly things the common folk believe in.
Holy shit, goddamn. Roast.
There's nothing silly about it. I'll have you know, even Prosecutor Sadmati holds forensics in high regard. Does he? Perhaps I should not underestimate the power of science. Still, I suppose it is nothing much compared to the divination seance.
Oh, the thing that I just shat on twice already?
She really doesn't have an adorable bone in her body.
I actually find this to be quite adorable, but maybe I'm weird. Emma, I think she's actually interested. Do you mind explaining it to her?
I guess I have to now. Okay, there are many ways to estimate the time of death, but the most well-known method uses the change in body temperature. Interesting. Body temperature drops at a steady rate from the moment a person dies. That means we can tell how long someone's been dead by measuring their temperature. It's not like I'm interested in science or anything. Vodka.
God, Jesus Christ. Again, the alternative here is he was dead that whole time, and through our investigation, we just never noticed. And I think that would be worse than them being wrong about the time and Phoenix not, like, it popping into his head. Mike. Oh, eat a dick.
I see. That was quite enlightening. Barbed Head, present your forehead now.
What? Why?
Feel just a little over 95 degrees.
Oh, how nice of them to do it in Fahrenheit for us.
It seems you're not dead yet.
Of course I'm not. Yet.
It was but a jest. After all, you're still the dead lawyer walking.
Fail to see the humor in any of this? Were there any witnesses? Yeah, of course there fucking was. They just didn't pay attention. There were like 30 people here. And apparently she was just able to walk through la la la. Gah. He just didn't land on the screen. Actually, you know what? Okay, that's one part of this that I'll buy. Dude is so intensely into praying that, like, maybe he noticed the pain, but was so intensely focused he didn't even make a sound. But, like, even if that's the case, nobody heard him getting stabbed? Because he's a zealot, but that doesn't mean everyone else there is as good as he is at being able to block out everything else. That's actually a good point too, Ventus. If they, based on their elevation, that could really fuck with the body temperature, I would think. Though I'm not a forensic scientist, so maybe it wouldn't affect it as much as we think. I have no idea. With so many people here at the plaza, you think somebody would have seen something, like us. Okay, so he addresses it, but he only addresses it generally. There's a difference between the people that were praying here and trying to focus on their own shit and us that were literally looking over every nook and cranny of the area, and we didn't see it. And in fact, him specifically. You'd think so, wouldn't you? But we haven't found a single witness. How's that even possible?
Because everyone was bent over, utterly devoted to prayer, naturally.
Oh, right, the back-shattering pose that nearly killed me. Still, you'd think someone would have noticed something. Like me! This is irritating. This is very irritating. I thought so too, but who said this is the last? Who was it that said, was that you, Songbird, who was like, oh, the worst of the case is behind us? I would disagree with that assessment.
I thought so too, but with the monk's scarf he had on, no one's...
No fucking way. Absolutely not. With how long that, what was the word? Hilts and, what'd you say it was? Pommel? I don't think I've ever heard that word before in my life. Hilts and pommel, as fucking long as it was sticking out of his back? Somebody said it. I just picked out the first name I saw on the list. Like, Songbird, it was you, right? Songbird's like, what the fucking me? The rest of this case is fucking awful. Okay, we did talk about Game of Thrones. You're probably right. I had to have heard it in Game of Thrones somewhere, right? Like, there's no way they did not use that word. No. Fucking no. No. Look at it. Look how far it's coming out of him. This isn't a little like assassin's dagger. This is a big ass ceremonial blade that has a giant bird's head as its pommel. No. I really wanted to try to get through at least Emma's dialogue before ending tonight, but I don't think I can. This is absurd. Yeah, when Phoenix got the picture, he was like, he has a peach tattoo on his neck. Which I'm sure this will have some come into play at some point. Records of who has what mark. And it might turn out that this isn't actually the guy. I mean, that's not there for no reason. There are a lot of shitty things about the storytelling here in the case itself, the details, but they still use every piece of information that they give you. So there's that at least. You can be sure of that. Was there anything in Dual Destinies that was this much like, we were there, how is it possible we don't know? Didn't notice. You're telling me, oh, because he had the scarf over that thing that protrudes out, like what? How far do you think that is? Like a foot and a half, maybe? I don't know what that would be in centimeters. Sorry. Foreign people. I think it's at least a foot. Yeah, it's at least 12 inches. Foot and a half would be 18 inches. Maybe somewhere between of 12 and 18 inches. That's long. That is long. Oh, but his scarf was over it, so nobody noticed. Does the width of the scarf even cover the whole thing? Because I can't tell if, like, where it flares out like that, I can't tell if that's the extent of the width. Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, is there even enough scarf there for that to have worked? Because we know that his scarf was flared out like that. So all they could have done is put it, like, take that top part and put it over it. But the rest of it was still out, like it wasn't wrapped up. Yeah. Yep. You know what? I'm not gonna be fucking upset about this. Actually, I am gonna be upset about this for the rest of the night. But I'm not gonna try to power through this anymore. We will just get back to this and deal with this nonsense next week. Oh Lord. Oof. Oof. If anybody comes across a reasonable explanation for this, without spoilers, obviously, or if you want to tell me, hey, it's actually explained pretty well later on, while this in-between period, and you want to bust in stream next week and be like, hey, Twain, actually, it's not that bad. Here's why. I would love for somebody to make this make sense for me. I want to be wrong. I want to believe that what I am feeling right now is not what I need to be feeling. So, if somebody's able to do that and wants to brighten my next Saturday, please do. Okay? Alright, awesome. Thanks for watching. I'll see you guys next week. I'm gonna go steam over this. Bye.